Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Radlett.
Well, don't give him a TV again. We had right fun the other day.
Hold on a minute, 2 seconds further. Whose TV is it? Can you find a remote to turn the volume down, please? There's no remote in the box. It might be underneath there. I'm struggling to it. I'll have a go. Well, good afternoon once again, everybody. Welcome to Radlett, where play about to get underway. We are delighted to say here on the live stream with myself, Kevin Hand, and Danny Warren is alongside me. Sunrisers have won the toss, elected to bowl, so the South East Stars are out there and ready to go. Frustrating morning, but here we go. No, we don't. Much like the commentary, let's try that one again. Danny Warren, that gives me a chance to say hello, and how are you, and aren't you relieved there's cricket about to be played?
There were moments this morning where I doubted if we were going to, but no, it's fantastic that the ground staff have done a phenomenal job to clear everything up. So here we go.
Go back again, cut away nice into the offside. Yeah, a frustrating start this morning with the amount of rain that we had, but delighted to be up and running here at Radlett, and let me tell you those teams in full after this delivery. I'll just hand it for now because it's too loud, it's too echoey. But you keep going while you're here, Tony. Decent second ball. That team news for this game. With our 41 overs a side match that we have now, the Sunrisers are Scrivens, McLeod, Griffith, Villiers, Hawley, Gardner, Carr the wicket-keeper, Gray, Castle the skipper, Kopak and Maqsood. Eased away into the offside, no run. As for the South East Stars, Chatley the wicket-keeper, Dunkley, Smith the skipper, Davidson, Richards, Spence, Schofield, Franklin, Farrant, McDonald, Gay, Davies and Gregory. So what was to be a 10:30 start delayed till 1:45, and 41 overs aside. Sophie McClelland and Tom Lungley are our umpires. Oh, through that one goes. Devon Malcolm is our match referee for this one as well. So a warm welcome wherever you tuned in around the world. A bonus Rachael Heyhoe Flint game this Friday afternoon. The only one in play today. A full round to continue tomorrow. Shift along just a little bit. Just for now, we'll stand up and a little bit further along because that's echoing too much. Unfortunately, it won't go, so yeah, we're going to need the TV at some point. I guess we're fine off it. Can't release audio, top ball once more. Well, the sound's coming out of the back of it, so I'm going to try and stay away from it. Right, there you go, we're done. We're done. Good man. Good man. Well done, Fletch. Well done, everyone. There you go. Sorry, guys. Nicely bowled again. End of the opening over. One without loss. And relax. Got yourself some coffee now. Well done, Stephen Fletcher, Director of Communications. Has just managed to mute me. He's been trying to do it for 19 years, but he's finally managed to mute me, Danny. We had a slight technical there, so apologies at home if we were sounding a little skew-if, but we're up and running now, and so's the match, which is most important.
Anyone would think we had 2.25 hours to get ready for this, but don't worry at home. We have been working hard during that period of time, and good opening over from Kate Kopak coming up the hill here at Radlett. giving nothing away. Shade slightly down the leg side on one of the balls, but other than that, keeping the stumps in play.
Just put it a bit closer. It does adjust. Yeah, that's it. Well done. That's it. Perfect. I'll give it 2 seconds.
Now, back to cam 1, back to static 1.
So here's Gray, Eva Gray. He'll be with me on commentary next week of the Surrey Middlesex game. Although am I dobbing her into her boss right now, and you mean she's supposed to be training that day?
I love the fact that our girls were joining you guys on the BBC commentary. You spent some time with Joe Gardner.
Too much.
Eva's keen to jump in and do some.
Wide start up, down the leg side. I saw her brief earlier. You don't want to disturb on match days, do you? People are busy. They've got things to do. But I'll say hello to her later. Hopefully no other rain delays or rain interruptions for this one. There is a chance of another shower or two. However, it's just been one of those days here where get up and running, and pretty much we should be away for the day. Oh, it's a nice ball. Swinging back in. Dunkley struck on the pads. Falls away into the onside. McLeod there at slip. There's a deep third as well. Point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square. The other fielder back in the first power play. Or the only power play indeed. And short fine leg as well.
Back to cam 1.
Everyone becomes amateur weather forecasters on days like today. We've looked at more apps than I'm sure that actually exist out there. Ultimately, the ground staff have managed to keep the pitch in great nick, get the covers off, dry everything out, and it's fantastic to get out there and finally bowl a ball.
I was quite proud of my forecast today. It's been spot on so far. Oh, comes nipping back in.
Whichever one I use has been totally incorrect, as I started off the day with the forecast that we'd start on time, get a few overs in, it would hit us at lunchtime, and then we might get a bash at the end of the day. So evidently I should delete that one and try and find the one that the ground staff have, because they've been pretty spot on so far. So I'm going with Nick and the team.
It was particularly bad this morning. Real shape here from Gray coming in, isn't there? Which was something we talked about. There were some absolute gems at the start of that delivery the other day against Northern Diamonds at Chelmsford. In particular, the balls that picked up Grace Scrivens, so Cordelia Griffith. Some nice shape on this from Gray. You can see a bit of rain in the distance there actually, but hopefully that all drifts by to the south and won't affect us. That's away. And a single taken. So 3 without loss, just the extras prior to this. First runs off the bat. Yeah, plenty of cricket around the country today, with the men's championship in action, of course. Delayed at Chelmsford earlier this morning. Sorry, 64th one, now they are underway. That good swing on that one back in again, wasn't there, from Eva Gray, keeping Chatley honest and watchful. 3 without loss, end of the second here on Sunrise's stream.
Yeah, they've attacked the stumps well in the first 2 overs. You can forgive a couple that go down when you're looking to make the batter play at everything. So the new wicket, new ground. We've played here once as Sunrisers in a semi-competitive fixture when we took on Vipers last year. So it's slightly unfamiliar to most of the girls, but has been a really good home to Middlesex cricket and now Sunrisers. So they'll be looking to work out the best place to stick the ball on this wicket and really start to trouble the opening batters from Stars.
Nicely bowled, solid defence. Single more to the total. I'm going to have to explain that because everybody at home has definitely just heard that. That was
I tried my best not to start laughing, but
oh, if only there was a comms camera.
the director of communications is causing chaos again.
Nearly on the journey. Fortunately, he's still got his feet. Good man, Fletcher. He's still on his feet. I thought for a moment he was going to trip over. He's very kindly. We again another technical here, which we'll tell the viewers of in a moment. It'll be a single more down to deep thirds, and 5 without loss. The tent's been too well put together, so we're behind a plastic curtain, aren't we, watching the cricket? So thankfully the TV is working to give us a good look at the action out in the middle. It also means our effects mic was. I thought it was you. I kept on looking at you. I was thinking, how is Danny making so much noise on the mic? But it wasn't you. It was the mic outside that was rubbing up against our plastic tent.
Sounded like we were in a gale.
Yeah. Top ball.
Yeah, my eyes are going a little bit funny looking through the plastic front of the tent here.
We're going to have to watch the TV, aren't we? We're going to have to watch the TV and then look up for the ball. Is the answer on it? It's yes, it's a too well put together tent. Is the answer.
It was very useful when it was pouring with
It
rain
was,
for 3
yeah.
hours this morning, so we can't have everything.
It
Can
did
we,
its
Kev?
job, didn't it? It did its job. Bowser! Off stump out of the grounds. That's a beautiful ball. Kopak with the wicket. Last ball of the third over. And Dunkley's done. Gone for 2. Bowled 5 for 1. South East Stars. Let's have a look at the replay on that one.
I think it might have been a leg stump. She's got a little bit of movement back on that one. Again, we're not right behind the bowler's arm as we were at Chelmsford, so
Here we
it's
go.
kind of difficult to catch all of it. And leg stump, she's nipped that one through the gate. But yeah, what Kate Kopak does, if you find the right length, she gets movement in both directions, which is so hard for opening batters to know what to do with the new ball and the shine. So yeah, fantastic start for Sunrisers, fantastic start for Kate Kopak, and definitely a player you always want to see the back of. We've seen a lot of Sophia Dunkley over the years, having come through the Middlesex system. So a player that is very pleasing to send back.
Oh, look at the umpire coming for a sweet. That's brilliant. Tom Lungley. He's after a Haribo. He's taken 2 or 3 there by the looks of it as well.
Yeah, there are other sweets available though. Actually, you told me that
Yeah, we're not on the BBC.
We can say whatever we want to say. Yeah,
we could be sponsored by Haribo for this one.
I think the girls might be sponsored by Percy Pig.
I was going to ask. Is that what the other one is? Percy Pig.
So we have a number of vegans in our team, and I will admit that I ask them all the time what I can actually buy when it comes to sweets.
Yeah.
But Marks and Spencer's and the Percy Pig and other farm animals range, I believe, are pretty good for vegans. So I think there'll be a few of them out there.
Here's the 4th over. Single eased away out to deep square. Now this came in years ago. It's the same in football, so anybody's looking at it thinking, why are they eating sweets? But this, I remember, nearly 20 years ago when I first started covering football, and you were amazed that jelly babies were everywhere at training grounds. Jelly babies are given out for that little boost that players need.
Yeah, well, one of the challenges of a delayed start is you'd probably be having lunch in about half an hour's time normally. So the players' preparations, obviously you're a little bit on and off in your physical warm-up, but also when do you get food on, when do you get the right fueling in to get through the 41 overs that they're out there for. So I don't blame them for getting the sweets out. I think we might have to send someone to the shop if we're in the 4th over and we've already gone through a packet. So yeah, better get someone off down the road. Top
ball once again. South East Stars first defeat Last weekend they lost by 158 runs to Southern Vipers. Vipers batting first, having won the toss at Beckenham. 67 from McCorn was a top score. With the ball 2 for 30 for Davidson Richards. It's a fraction short. Worked away for a single more. One apiece for Farrance, Davis, Schofield and McDonald Gay. So yeah, 287 for 6. It was a formidable total put on. And South East Stars, Chatley with 20 at the top, Capsey 18. McDonald Gay was out for naught, batting at 3. Smith made 7, coming in at 4. 129 all out. Bell picking up 4 for 37. The first defeat for the Stars. So they're two victories, 1 defeat from their 3 so far. And sitting in 3rd spot, 2 points off Blaze, who are top. Sunrisers in 5th position. Managed to milk a few out to deep square now, haven't they, with that shape that Gray's getting back in. End of the 4th over, 8-4-1. Chatley has 3 and Smith has 1. Yeah, so Sunrisers in 3rd spot with 5 points. That defeat the other day, well, we were reflecting off mic, Danny, that 30 runs really in the last 2 matches. It's easy sat here saying it, but 30 more runs and probably would have been enough for victory in both of the last 2 games.
Yeah, the way we bowled it certainly panned out like that. You've got to give the bowlers a huge amount of credit in both matches. When you've got a small target, it's really difficult to go out there and stamp your authority against quality players. So you've got to give everyone credit. The way that Kate Coffack and Eva Gray bowled on Saturday, ripped the top order out of the Blaze, and then Maddie Villiers showing exactly what she can do with the ball on Monday, just keeping us in the game for as long as we could.
Just steered on this occasion by Chatley. She's worked it quite a lot like that now. It'd be interesting actually to see if bringing somebody up might force her to try and be more forceful about the shot. She's happily just tucked a single here or there through square leg. Smith taking guard from umpire Lungley, who's full of Haribos at the moment. Is he counting with Haribos? Is that what he's flicking from either hand at the moment? 6 Haribos.
If I did that, we'd be bowling 1 ball over.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Quite quickly.
He's zooming it off, no run. So yeah, Blazer top with 12 points. Northern Diamonds and South East Stars level in 2nd and 3rd on 10 points. And tomorrow's fixtures: Diamonds entertaining Blaze at Chesley Street, Vipers taking on Storm at Hove, and Thunder taking on Sparks at 10:30 at Manchester. Oh, it's got through. And rolling down to our commentary position here as well for the first boundary.
Very, very nicely fielded by Alice Capsey on the boundary, who's not in the matchday squad for South East Stars today.
Did the camera just pick her up there? I couldn't quite tell whether it was in shot or not. No. So yeah, it was just in front of our commentary tent. Alex Capsey fielded it. Driven away, and they'll get through for a couple here. Stopped at mid-off, but what we should say here at Radlett, you can slightly see it on the camera there. The square is on a mound quite high up, and as soon as it's off the square, it's all downhill, all around the ground. So the ball really races away. Now it'll be skiddy as well with the amount of rainfall this morning. Cry catch. Down to deep 3rd, a single taken. Smith's on to 8. But yeah, that's something that obviously, well, for both sides, you can't imagine this will dry out much. A threat that there will be a shower or 2 before the day's done.
Yeah, it's not particularly windy out there either, so there's you can see the flags that we've got up around the ground. There's not a huge amount of movement on them, so yeah, I think what we see is what we get at the moment.
Oh, that's a full bunger, and a no ball called and put away for 4 as well. So no ball and 4. 6 more to the total, 1 more to come at the 5th. Just slipped out from Kopak, nearly right on cue, as we were saying. It'll be a slippery ball for the fielders and for the bowler as well. Actually well played by Chatley, well steered around the corner. Straight into the offside, no run. End of the 5th, and the no ball not too costly beyond the initial number of runs added. 21 for 1 it is then. Chatley has 8, Smith has 8. Danny Warren's alongside myself, Kevin Hand in the commentary tent. Let me just tell you of the games that are up and running around the country. Essex taking on Surrey in the county championship. Surrey at 80 for 1 in reply to Essex's 314. Sorry. These games all at lunch, so a warm welcome to anybody who's tuning into the stream on the other games around the country. Go to lunch. Warwickshire 95 for 3, replying to Hampshire's 229 at Southampton. Singlemore taking 2 mid-wicket. The umpire wants signal? No. I wasn't sure if it was a little bit of bat involved or whether it's just pad. Lancashire are 214 on the board at Trent Bridge, and Notts are 218 for 8 at lunch. And Somerset against Northamptonshire, 203 for 6, Northants at Taunton. All the stakeholders covered for this game. Kent aren't in action this round, are they?
No,
or indeed
nor
Middlesex. Which I'm delighted to say. It means I can be here. Division 2, very quickly. Derbyshire 189 for 3 in reply to Leicester's 122. Worcestershire 260 all outs. Much made of Ollie Robinson's number of wickets that he went through at Worcestershire. Well, Sussex are struggling with the bat. They're 156 for 5 themselves. Robinson picked up 7 for 59 as Worcestershire was skittled for 264. There it goes. Smiling Amara Carr. Always smiling Amara Carr. Does she never not smile?
No, she's always got a smile on her face, though. Don't mistake that for the steely determination that's behind there.
I like that. Double once again, played up to mid-on. Last game to tell you of, Glamorgan are just beginning their second innings. They lead Yorkshire by 139 runs, having posted 245 in the first innings. Yorkshire all out for 106 at Headingley. It's a super glammy. Extraordinary start to that game. Down the leg sides. Peels of a catch. Is that as much to remind the umpire that just did take a little tickle off the pad and it's not going to be a wide umps?
Say the steely determination. Very good take.
Outstanding.
Brilliant take down leg side. Everyone went up. They obviously heard something.
And clearly a little bit of pad on the way through as it wasn't signalled a wide. Bowlers do that a lot in one-day cricket though, don't they? Go up for the appeal saying, yeah, there was definitely a noise there, umps, not a wide.
I'm not sure what you're suggesting.
Clever cricket. End of the over, 22 for 1. Excellent over once again. Just a single off it. And Kopak to continue. Started raining here, and as we look out over Salters Field at the far end, there's columns of rain falling in the distance. Now we might be lucky and that slips off to one side. But spits of rain at the moment, which was to be expected. We thought that there would be an interruption or two, but we're not thinking that it will be terminal for this match.
Well, the local suggests it's coming from behind the scorebox, so the rain you're talking about, Kevin, is a bit more over the sight screens. Those who haven't been here, that scorebox is a kind of wide mid-off for right-hander at this end. So there's a bit of light sky back there. Let's hope you say it goes round and it doesn't impact too much.
Short and put away. That's a beautiful shot, powerfully struck. 26 for 1. Let's have a look at that one again. Wasn't that short? Actually looks shorter on that replay. But powerfully put away by Smith. Is that rain just getting a little bit heavier? Sounds like I can hear it on top of the...
There are a few umbrellas up as well now.
On top of our commentary tent. It's clipped nicely. 4 more. Smith moves to 17, 30 for 1. Feels like it's got that little bit heavier now, and the umpires might be forced to make a decision in a moment. But then actually, as I look to the tree lining out there, funnily enough, and look to the darker spots around the ground, it doesn't look quite so bad as it sounds on the top of our commentary tent. You can see there, though, the umbrella's up for the spectators. You can probably just about hear it on our effects mic, the rain rattling away.
I wonder if effects mic is like driving on the motorway in a tiny little shower and you think that it's a downpour because of the speed you're going at.
Exactly.
So let's go with that as the positive.
That's absolutely what I'm thinking.
It's a great hand in the covers there. So definite boundary there. I think it's Scrivens.
Scrivens, yeah.
Hard to tell through our on not so.
I was taking a moment's pause to check. Scrivens it is. I'm wondering actually, did this rain just blow across from the far side, and it's actually above us now? What was out in the middle? Because I'd be surprised, as heavy as it sounds on top of our tent, that the umpires haven't had a chat. So maybe it's actually blown away from the middle already, and hopefully it'll blow over the back of this commentary tent in a moment. Wide ball. 32 for 1.
That was a great ball.
We've got a replay of that one. Let's have a look. On ball to come at the 7th. Nicely done. Last one just nipped away slightly, starting too wide, didn't it? But that looked good. Chopped away, down to deep third, and a single taken. End of the over. 33 for 1 after 7. And solid start for both here. Obviously been well, the no ball that slipped out was costly, but overall I think that Sunrise will be pretty happy with the start. A couple of boundaries get away, but that's cricket.
Yeah, if you're going to attack the stumps, you're often going to give them a chance. Bryony Smith has come in and played really well. She's driven off a good length and beaten the infield a couple of times. But both Les Kay Coppat and Eva Gray have stuck to the task to remove Dunkley early is something that you hope for in matches when you come across her.
Top ball. Exude at mid-off doing the fielding. go, that rain has eased again now, so well done the umps. And actually that horrible column of rain that we could see in the distance over Saltersfield, and it does look as though it's going to follow the train track along the side of the ground.
Glad you mentioned the train track. It gets me every time when you hear the rumble and you're looking at looking at the weather. You're thinking, oh no, because the forecaster certainly said that there might be a couple of bigger storms around. So every time I hear the train, I have to remind myself that it's very close.
Not sure. Hooked away. Deep square's not going to get round. Through mid wicket it goes. 4 more. Chatley's into double figures.
First time Eva Gray's really dropped the ball short. She's pitched it right up there, really attacked the stumps and made the batters work really hard since first time in the fourth over she's bowled.
I spoke too soon on that rain, didn't I? Umpires are going to have a chat. This one's just coming down. This feels like it's just the side of that one that we were talking about. It's just clipped us here. And yeah, I don't think they've got much choice but to come off for this one. Well, we were expecting this shower. This was always forecast that there was going to be this shower, and pretty much at this time as well. So hopefully that'll be it. We have this one, have a little bit of rain, and then get on with the match and be left untroubled for the remainder of the day. 37 for 1, 7.2 bowls. There goes the charge as it all of a sudden gets an awful lot heavier here at Radlett. But yeah, even Steven start.
Yeah, I'd say so. There've been, as you say, a couple of balls. They've been able to get past the infield and get away. But other than that, Eva Gray especially has made them work very, very hard for their runs. Kate Kopac's threatening. But, it's always misleading. You feel like the sky is lightning, but you're catching the back end of it. So on come the covers just to give a little bit of protection. So hopefully it will be passed relatively quickly. It won't have a huge impact on what goes on out there, and we can get back and play some cricket.
I'll tell you what, we'll take a break, so that affects Mike's out in the rain, so I'm going to hook it in, which won't sound great staying on the radio for on the stream for that one. So we'll take a break with the rain falling here. We'll be back as soon as play resumes. I don't think we'll be that far away, because the skies to our right, which is where the weather's coming in from, looks an awful lot brighter over there.
There's even a bit of blue sky.
There is plenty of blue sky over there. Well, it almost feels as though it's brightening up, so I'm actually sitting back down for a moment, because you can hear that it's eased slightly, and it feels as though it's just brightened up again slightly. So we'll see if this is that short, sharp shower that we hope it is, and nothing more for the moment. Or am I being horribly optimistic? This is going to blow through pretty quickly.
We like your optimism.
You think we're set in for a minute? Perhaps we'll take a break then and have a cup of coffee. One thing before we do go, Catherine Skiver-Brunt retiring after a 19-year career. Yes. I didn't realise it was quite that long. 19 years.
Look, you look back at some of the competitions over the years, and you'll see her as a familiar face. That the World Cup over the winter was preceded with some images of finals in previous years. She played in the 2009 final of the T20 edition at Lords, and yeah, that's a long time ago now. She's been an amazing player, amazing servant to the women's game. She's seen the game from amateur through to the professional status that it is currently in, and I know, speaking with everyone who's played alongside her in the same team or against her, she's somebody that you look up to, and you have to admire for both her commitment, her longevity, but also that unwavering competitiveness that she's brought to English cricket. So yeah, a sad day for the game, but obviously a hard decision for Catherine to come to, but one that hopefully she'll look back on and enjoy watching some cricket from the sidelines and being able to continue to influence the next generation from a different seat.
Well said, Danny Warren. Do we think? Well, you'll see underneath the match summary there, the covers are going on, so it'll take them a few moments to get them off, so we can at least go and have a cup of tea in the meantime. There they are, covers are going on, although there's no great urgency, because again, it really is, it's funny out there. Half the sky at the moment feels as though it's end of the world stuff, and the other half ready to slap the sun cream on. Yeah. So we're right on the edge of it at the moment, and it does feel like this will blow through quite quickly, but I guess it'll take them a good 20 minutes to get back out there now once the covers are taken off, the covers are rolled off, and then stumps are put back in. So we'll take a short break then. Sunrisers winning the toss here against South East Stars and electing to bowl
And the 1 wicket to go so far. Sophia Dunkley was bowled by Kopak. Nice in swinging delivery. Beat the attempted heave from Dunkley. Leg stump?
Leg
stump out of the ground. And 37 for 1 it is after 7.2. Back with you as soon as the rain stops. It won't be too long, I can promise you that, folks. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Radlett, where play just about to resume here in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy fixture. And news is, well, 29 overs aside. The game has been reduced to now. A frustrating shower that blew in once more. Another heavy one, as it turned out, and hung with us for a little while. Actually, probably the heaviest of it was when they were out there in the middle still. But that's cricket, so on we go. And hopefully, the heavy stuff is pretty much done for the day. We'll have to wait and see. So Chatley's on 13, Smith 18. Sunrisers won the toss, 37 for 1. The South East Stars haven't been put in. Gray will be resuming her 4th over with 2 balls bowled of it, none for 10. She's bowled really well. Kopak with the 1 wicket to go so far. There we go, sawdust's on. Big old damp patch at the Salters Fields end. I'm Kevin Hand. Danny Warren, director of Sunrisers, is alongside me. And Danny, well, it was pretty sunny nearly from when they came off. We saw that sky up above. It was bluish in parts, wasn't it? But just the side of a heavy passing shower. I guess, look at the positive. The heavy stuff didn't hit us. It was only the side of it. Yeah, and if you looked at the forecast this morning, we probably all had a slightly more pessimistic view of getting back out to play. So, yeah, let's enjoy the sun while it is out there, and hopefully it stays for a while. Still off at Chelmsford, where they probably copped a lot of what went to the south and the blew around the east up to the north of where we are. So still off there. So again, I think we've been pretty lucky that we're back on here at Radlett, whereas one of the main HQs, they're still off. Here's Gray. Bit of in-swing, but a lovely shot. Right up there from Gray. See what it's doing after the delay. And 4 more to the total. Beautifully put away. Let's have a look again. A lovely shot. Into the slot from Gray, but again, you're straight back out there. One of the things you want to do is go full, see what it does through the air, see if the feet are moving. Yeah, just a little bit of width. She offered there, but that was all. First ball up. Single worked away. Now to deep square. We've been told we're not allowed to take the... our umbrella's blown away with our effects mic. I was wondering what's making all the noise out there. It's an umbrella blowing in the wind. We'll have to get the director of communications back to fix it, won't we? Where is he when you need him? Don't know where he's gone. We've been told we're not allowed to take up the screen because it might rain again. And there's too many electrics in here, so we're squinting through our plastic screen again. And plus, we won't get sunburnt, will we? Well, there is that. That's true. A factor 50 can stay in the bag for today. In the air, but didn't go fully through with it. Smith checked the shot, and Maksud Fields at mid-off. One's come of the 8th. So 29 aside. They've got powerful hitters, haven't they? South East Stars. You can see the shift in their intent, having come out with the game now having been reduced to 29 aside. They've not wasted any time trying to get the bat behind the ball. Bump ball back to the bowler. End of the 8th, 42 for 1 here on the Sunrisers stream. And Danny Warren alongside myself. Kevin Hand for the commentary. Will it be... It'll be Castle herself by the looks of it. The skipper taking off the hat. Let's have a ball here from the pavilion ends. What's the umpire signalling for? He's got the ball, so it's not that. Maybe it's the Haribos again. It could be, if they haven't had Haribos in the break, that is. But yeah, Kelly's off a successful weekend with the ball. Took some big wickets in the 2 games at Chelmsford. So she'll be very confident, and that role just coming on as first change is a really important one, and one that she's made her own over the years. So yeah, looking forward to seeing what she can get out of this wicket. 42 for 1 after 8. So Kopak done for now, picking up the 1 wicket to go so far. Here's Castle. Right arm over from the pavilion end with a deep square, deep backwards, well, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg. And just squint into the far side of the ground. It must be Yep, that's the lot. Single out to the deep backward square. It was an area earlier that we were wondering slightly as to whether they could have blocked off that onside a little bit more. 5-4 field with the 2 in the deep.
Yeah, it would have been
Deep
part
cover.
of
There we go.
deep cover. We're
There
out
is
of
deep
we're out
cover.
of power play now, so I was looking to see. But I think Grace has just gone out for Smith.
So she
coming
has
on
only
strike,
just gone back.
so,
Yeah.
and Kopac's now dropped down to long on as well.
Slow ball down the leg side there, wide signalled. Leg side and clipped away. Fine of the sweeper now. Again, it's downhill and it's slippery. Managed to do the fielding though down there. Just the fielder actually disappears out of shot from our line of sight here at the pavilion end because of that mound in the middle. But saved the boundary. 47 for 1. Can you squint through the glass to see who it is? I can't.
I think it's Eva Gray from.
Yeah.
I'm going with the gate on the running.
Ah. Single more.
Yeah,
Out
coming
to
in
deep
from
square.
coming
There
in
you
from
go.
deep square is Eva Gray.
Big partnership this for Sunrisers. Smith so dangerous. No Capsy in this side for South East Stars in this round. Top ball into the offside, fielded at cover. 48 for 1 with 2 to come of the over. I'm just going to bring up Castle's figures from Chelmsford. 2 for 32 in the match against Blaze, and then 1 for 26 against Diamonds. Short, it's in the air and gone at deep backward square leg. Gray with the catch. Smith's gone for 21. Huge breakthrough for the skipper Castle. South East Stars lose their second wicket. 48 for 2.
And she has a habit of just picking up the big players. So I was just having a look there. I missed the wicket, so the replay's coming. But having a look there, she picked up both Beaumont and Glenn on Saturday, and on Sunday she picked up the opening Stair Callis. So she has a habit of picking up the big players and bowling to your field. If you're going to try and put it out there, that's why I've got my deep square. Safe hands.
So 48 for 2, and Kelly Castle in the wickets for Sunrisers.
Again, you can see the intent when you have rain reduced matches as the side batting first. You never quite know what you need to be putting on the board to be competitive. So you can see their intent. They're a team that want to score runs quickly with 50 overs or 20 overs or 29 as we are today, and it's given opportunity there and picked out Gray in the deep.
Well, I said it was a relatively even start before the delay, but that run rate's pretty healthy, isn't it? 5.4. And well, as Paige Schofield comes out to bat at 4, a slight rearranging of the lineup. Oh, now where's that gone?
That's a top edge that has gone right over the keeper's head.
They've taken a couple. Schofield off the mark. First ball, 50 up as well, 50-4-2. But Castle striking in her first over. Gray with the catch at deep backward square leg, and Bryony Smith gone for 21. The skipper picking up the skipper. Yeah, this one, and a big wicket as well. You fancy? Charlie's still there though, and 23 years of age now, from Southwark. Hit 48 in the opening game of the season at Manchester against Thunder, 20 at Beckenham against Vipers, a duck in the last match at Bristol against Storm.
Yeah, it's not a surprise to see Schofield coming out. She's been on fire so far this season. 2 centuries already to her name. The only game she hasn't fired in has been their defeat, so if we can nip one now, hopefully that's a good sign.
It could be a leg by signals by the umpire. Was there?
Must
Nope.
be something on
There
it.
was a little tickle on it. Sounded like a dull thud of that one, but clearly bat involved. Schofield in the 3 matches so far, 111 unbeaten in that game at Manchester against Thunder, 31 at Beckenham against Vipers, and 134 not out at Bristol. That's why she's up the order.
That's a bit unfair on her, wasn't it? I said she didn't fire in their defeat. I think she might have been top scorer with that 31.
It's come angling back in again from Great. Tucks up Schofield.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant addition for Stars to bring Schofield in. She's brought that experience in the middle order. When you've got a team that have some centrally contracted England players that come in and out, to have someone like Schofield to hold things together and be that rock.
Up in the air, deep backward square leg going around, won't get there. Finding the fielder, 4 more.
It's 6 more.
Is it 6? Wow, all the way.
I want her bat.
Yes.
She hardly touched that.
It's a huge shot. Sweet pickup.
And that's a
There
pretty
it
big
is.
boundary out that way as well, down towards the railway track.
Eight from 3 for Schofield, and she's well, got a serious inning still, even though it's a rain-reduced match. Oh, that one goes through. There's still 20 overs to come in, effectively down to a T20 innings now for South East Stars from here to set. So what would they go for off 20 overs? 2 wickets down, of course, power play done as well. But they'll be thinking big, South East Stars. Past the edge again. Good from Gray. Could come back the next 2 balls after the 6.
She's not hanging around, is she? Make contact with those, they've gone miles.
I guess it puts a little bit of pressure being put up the order to get on with it. You've been given that promotion, so get going and keep going. Didn't do too badly with the ball either. A wicket at Manchester and at Beckenham as well in the first 2 games of the season. Turns that one around the corner.
There is someone out there now. Can just about see through our our tent.
Is it Grace Scrivens?
No,
Can't
I
quite
think
see.
it's Saskia Hawley down there, and I only caught her because I saw her sunglasses glistening on the on her head. So yeah, it's difficult to see some of the pockets of the ground out here at the moment.
$58 for 2 after 10. Even I can do the run rate on that one. A very healthy 5.8 for South East Stars. All they have in mind here at Radlett, which can be an incredibly high scoring ground. When the track is fast. Slow ball from Castle to mid-off. It has been known, Radlett, over the years that it can be a little too paced, but when the ball's coming through true on this track, it can be a pretty high scoring ground. Through it goes. To the gloves of Carr.
We're sitting here witnessing the first match action at Radlett
First
this year.
ball bowled of the year,
First
yeah.
ball bowled of the year. So you're probably never going to get a truer wicket when it's than the first one that you play on.
Yes,
so
that's true.
So far, it's looked like it's played pretty well. Obviously, Nick and his staff here have been working incredibly hard over the last month to try and get cricket on with no help from the weather.
Top ball to mid-wicket. Yeah, club season starts tomorrow for Radlett. But the couple of second 11 games that were scheduled here previously have been washed out so far. Sunrisers have brought some luck to Radlett. Just a single. Front of points. 59 for 2. Can they find a little bit of their own luck here? Middlesex, the host venue for this game. We've played 2 home games at Chelmsford so far. Sunrisers has been something of a fortress this for Middlesex here at Radlett. It's a nice pick-up. Looking to bisect the 2 in the deep. To take a single. Chatley's 22.
It's a really lovely place to play and watch cricket when it's a nice day here at Radlett. It's nestled in the rural Hertfordshire countryside. If there's no train going past you, you can't hear a thing.
Good for an umpire trying to hear for 2 noises. Unlike Lords in the Oval, there's plenty of.
Yeah, if the siren's not going off in the distance, you've got a train going past. But no, it's very peaceful. It's very tranquil out here. It's looking obviously pretty green given the weather that we've had recently, but in fantastic condition. They've done a brilliant job to get it to where it has done, given it has been very wet in Hertfordshire. I can promise you, I live about 8-9 miles down the road, and my garden is very overgrown at the moment. Can't get out there to do anything, even if I did want to.
You were out doing DIY the other day, weren't you? 62, by the way, after the 11th.
Yeah, that's I stop at DIY. It's not my job to do the garden. I once got told that if you don't want it, it's a weed, and that's the mantra I go with when it comes to gardening. Should I get rid of that one? If you don't want it, it's a weed.
Nice.
Well, I'm on it.
Good work. Villiers into the attack. Bit of off spin from Saltersfield end. Oh, well backed up. That was an enthusiastic throw over the head of Carr. Let's try and have a look. See Scrivens at cover.
Yeah, I think it might have been.
Not on this occasion for Chatley, just trying to work it. But keen to keep that run rate up. It'd be interesting to see how spin goes here now. Edged away. Just past the gloves of Carr. Running away pretty quickly. The damp outfield's giving the fielders a chance they don't usually get here at Radlett. They've taken 3, well run. Usually once it's away down the hill, it's gone. But the damp outfield slowing things down. Plenty of running for the batters to do then. 63 for 2. Those who weren't with us at the start haven't experienced Radlett before. The square is on a mound which runs away to the boundary rope. Thumps into the pad, falls away into the offside.
Over the top.
Over the top it goes. Big shot. 6 more. Schofield on to 16 from 13. 69 for 2. There it goes.
One of the dangers of being at a picturesque ground is the amount of hedges around the outside cause chaos with the cricket ball. I think we've currently got about 5 people down there trying to locate the ball.
Yes, this is the perennial problem
Out come the
That
box of
Radlett.
stairs.
The loss of balls in that hedge over there. 69 for 2 it is, with 1 ball to cover the 12th, but it's going to have to be a new ball. Or have they? Is that a signal from the far side? I can't say. No, I think the signal is to say another one's
needed.
needed.
Like Maddie has a ball in her hand, and umpire Longley's just selected the one out the bag. So let's hope this new ball brings a bit of luck.
Nice sweep, but straight to the fielder. Short flying leg. 69 for 2 after 12. Run rate climbs back up towards 5.8.
Yeah, there was 9 off the over, but I'm not sure Maddie did anything particularly wrong.
No.
She really unfortunate with an edge that flew away very fine. And that 6, a very good shot, just a tiny little bit of width, and she was able to sort of put her hands to it. So I'm not sure she did a huge amount wrong there.
Just looking at the forecast for rain for the rest of the day, it looks as though we're pretty clear for the remainder of today. That's a dot ball to start up from Castle. Nice pick up again, and this time it'll be 2. No, it won't. They'll settle on the 1. It's 70 for 2. I thought they'd take on the arm, but that was an extremely good arm out there.
You don't take Maddie
Villiers.
Villiers' arm
I was about
on.
to say,
That is for sure. They would have been regretting that.
Even through the plastic, that arm was it revealed itself, didn't it?
Yeah. In fact, I wouldn't take many of these girls' arms on now. They're incredible throws.
Single down to long on. Kate Kopak doing the fielding. Glorious scene out there at the moment in Hertfordshire. Certainly a better scene than it was earlier, with the columns of rain falling in the distance.
Yeah, we've got some lovely spring weather at this moment in time, so long may it continue. Some blue skies, some lovely fluffy white clouds.
Nice use of the feet. Oh, the throw and the dive. Kopak doing the fielding. And, well, Chatley gets home, but not without a huge amount of risk.
There was a lot happening in that ball. I don't think it was too far off carrying. And then took on the arm.
Down the leg side, wide signals. They've run 1. Thinking about the second, they'll settle on 1. More runs. And Chatley on to 28, 75 for 2. Last ball of the 13th over for Kopak. It's cut nicely. Deep cover. Coming around, holds them to just the single. And 76 for 2 after 13. That run rate's climbing for South East Stars. It's wickets needed. It is a high-scoring game, high-scoring ground here at Radlett, but partnership gets in here and gets going. It can be very difficult to stop. Villiers from the Saltersfield end. Hit up and over the top. Rhft giving chase back from extra cover. The sweeper on the boundary is Scrivens. Taken 2. Schofield into the 20s. Double quick time. Slams that one in short. Villiers onto it quickly. 4 runs bisecting the field. Schofield onto 24. Villiers looking to go quicker at it. In response to the last shot. Dragged it down short though, and clever from Schofield. There might have been a little bit of anticipation in that the next ball was going to be darted in that little bit quicker from Villiers. Swept around the corner. A little bit of a top edge about it, wasn't there, on that occasion, but 2 more. Schofield onto 26, looking extremely dangerous. Now, is long on in play, just short of the fielder. Take a single. Down to Gray at long on. On to come the over, 85 for 2. 2 to go, the 14th. Villiers top ball on that one, and 1 to come of the over. Villiers took 3 for 42 against Diamonds on Monday. I keep getting confused with that day.
It really wasn't very long ago, was it?
No.
It was only a few days ago.
Oh, this could be a catch. It is. What a great catch.
That's really
85
well
for 3, and that's a huge moment in the match, you fancy. The 3rd wicket goes. Great catch by the skipper, Castle. Villiers with the wicket. And Sunrisers, well, they need wickets here to slow this down. 85 for 3 in the 14th.
Just messaged me, Gav. I'm not sure to hear about Danny's overgrown garden.
85 for 3 it is. As, yeah, she did so well to get her hands underneath that there, didn't she?
Yeah, that was a really good catch. You've got to commit to that. It's dying on you. So she's yeah. It's one of those. But Stars have. You can see their game plan. They want to get on with things. They want to score runs quickly. A 29 over game is kind of halfway. halfway really. You want to try and get the runs on the board, don't you? But you're not really sure what's a competitive score. So you can see that Stars are trying to move things along, and from our perspective as Sunrisers, look, if we just stick to our plans, stick to doing what we're doing, and we'll hopefully keep picking up the wickets.
I'm sat in between my 2 paymasters right now at Middlesex and Sunrisers, so I'm not saying a word about anything what just made me laugh. That's what everybody else to talk about. But thank you to the Director of Communications at Middlesex, Steve Fletcher.
We can see clearly now, can't we? This is great.
We can see clearly now. Who was that?
The song.
Yep.
I'm not going to sing it to you. I've already been reminded that I need to keep my chat professional when I'm on the.
Who's told you that?
On there. Oh, I don't know. Director of Communications.
Oh, what? Just now?
Yeah,
forget it.
Just now. But yeah, change of bowling here. Abdahar Maqsood's coming on, so a bit of leg spin from the pavilion end.
Jimmy Cliff. There we go. I can see clearly now. Nice start from Maqsood. Castle bringing on spin at both ends. Beautifully bowled again.
Can I ask the Director of Communications to now shut the window because it's a bit
too
breezy
windy.
in here. Can't please anyone, can you, these days? It's been a good start from Maqsood.
Excellent start. Five for in that opening victory for Sunrisers. Yeah, Villiers, we were just about to touch on the 3 wickets she took in the last match. She nearly opened it up at the end against Diamonds. All right up there. And given a long thought by umpire Lungley. Took a long while to consider that.
It's a big wicket as well with Schofield going so well.
Biggest wicket of all at this stage. 27 off 25 for Schofield. A couple of big sixes already and was really threatening to put Sunrisers to the swords. 85 for 4.
She's looking again to go over the onside, isn't she? And it's just straightened on her. So yeah, really well bowled. Great over from Maksud to start up with.
Big rewards. 85 for 4. 1 ball to go at the 15th. A wicket maiden so far as Franklin makes her way out to the middle. But well, 2 sixes, 1 4 in 22, what had been pretty devastating minutes out there for Paige Schofield. Phoebe Franklin, 25 years of age now, from Greenwich. Naught, 9 and 9 so far with the bats this summer. Sunrisers have 2 new batters out there yet to face.
They say add 2 to the score, and that's exactly what they've done here in the face of 6 balls.
Oh, just loses the run up. Last ball of the over coming up from Maksud. Couple of really big overs, 2 set batters departing. Won't be a wicket maiden, just a single to end the over though. Franklin off the mark. First ball. 86 for 4 after 15. That feels like a really big over for this game because they pushed that run rate back, indeed up over 8.5, hadn't they, as a partnership. Schofield and Chatley, the partnership in the end was worth 37.
And most of them came from Schofield. 27 of them
yeah,
from Schofield's bat, but Chatley was playing the anchor role. It was a big breakthrough for Maddie to pick up at the end of the last over, and hopefully she picks up where she finished off.
Good start from Villiers. Real chance for Sunrisers just to try and get through some quick, cheap overs. It's up in the air. It's going to clear Maksud. Plugs. It'll be a couple. Good arm, good throw from Maksud. Franklin moves to 3. 88 for 4. Well, they'll back themselves here, South East Stars, to keep going.
They've got a lot of batting still to come, and yeah, with these 2 out the middle, with Alice Davidson Richards hasn't yet faced a ball, but she's one of the best batters in the domestic game.
So well bowled again. It's a nice use of the feet, and a clever chip. Didn't go at it too hard, just used the leverage. Franklin's first boundary. She's on to 7. Nicely done. Let's make sure she kept it straight.
If anything, it's just that tiny little bit of width that allowed them to have that freedom to get her hands to. Seems to be a pretty good length being plugged away at here.
Should just be a single. Into the 16th. 7 off the over, 93 for 4. Yeah, that game at Chelmsford against Diamonds on Monday. Villiers picked up Winfield Hill, Armitage and Turner. Just fancied another 20 runs, even 30 runs certainly, and that really would have been a tight finish at Chelmsford. Sunrisers bowled for 157, 50 from Grewcock, Gardner with 32. Villiers figures 3 for 42 from her 10. Comfortably the pick of the bowlers with the wickets and the economy. Right up there and push back. Masood took, well, 1 over, none for 12 on Saturday, but at the moment that she entered the attack, though, as memory serves, Winfield Hill was laying into the attack at that point. Out on the full, be a single out to deep backward square.
Yeah, the scorecard doesn't tell the whole story, does it? To give your leg spinner 160 to bowl at and 2 set batters, it's a tough ask of anyone. So yeah, coming into the attack at the time she has today, she's got an opportunity to influence the game in the way that we know she can do. Coming off the back of five wickets down at the Ageas Bowl in the first weekend, she's definitely not short of confidence, but we need to give her the platform to be able to bowl on.
Gap found there for the single into the offside. 33 T20 internationals now for Scotland. Never made a debut back in 2018 at Amstelveen against Uganda. Leg side and a wide signal by umpire Lungley. 96 for 4. Best bowling of 3 for 8 in an international for Masood, who is with Birmingham Phoenix in the 100 as well.
Not sure if this is a tactic to try and get in Davison Richards' head with all the talk about run-outs at the non-striker's end.
Oh, down the track and edged past Carr. At least I think it was an edge, either that or it was a very big turn. The umpire turns to signal nothing. It was an edge. Charged down the track. Oh.
Yeah,
Just
you're
nicked out of the
unfortunate
gloves.
there. There's not much that sticks or doesn't. Really good follow-up, great length.
Top ball.
But there's
Pushed
something
away.
happening every ball at the moment out there. You can't take your eyes off it, can you, Kevin?
Absolutely not. It's cut away out to deep points by right-hander, and it is a single to end the over. So 98 for 4 after 17. Franklin has 10. But Davidson Richards will keep strike on 2. 17 gone, 12 to go in this South East Stars innings. Rain reduced, put in by Sunrisers here at Radlett today in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint. Good start for Davidson Richards to the season with 73 against Thunder at Manchester, but Norton 6 in the last 2 at Beckenham, and Bristol against Vipers and Storm. Although picked up 2 for 30 with the ball in that match against Beckenham, at Beckenham against Vipers. 1 test, 4 ODIs and 8 T20 internationals now for Davidson Richards, 28 years of age. In fact, only a few days away from her birthday, May 29th. Change of ends and change attack from Sunrisers. Villiers is done, 1 for 25 off 3, but Kate Kopak is back, 1 for 27 from 4. cut away down to deep backward point. And, well, it's a deep point really. Scriven's coming around from cover points. Single more to the total. Davidson Richards on to 3. Just watching that run rate, 5.7. It's still hovering around that mark. Southeast Stars will be desperate to keep it around that, keep this momentum going. Going to run a ball, these two. So far, you just heard on our effects mic there, the wind really picking up at Radlett. Guess it's because we're right on the top of the hill as well. Hobden Hill, isn't it? Where we are here. Cobden Hill.
Local knowledge.
Did famously ask Gus on the Middlesex stream last year, well, where's the hill then? He said, well, you're on the top of it. Oh, right. He wasn't impressed. Edged. Oh, and put down. Sharp chance went quickly. And Franklin picks up a single. McLeod unable to hold on. And 100 up as well for Southeast Stars. We'll have a look back in a moment at that one. Slow ball. Is it back of the hand, that one from Kopak?
Yeah, it's something that Kate's worked really hard on over the winter. She's always been a pretty devastating new ball bowler, but to add the ability to come back later on in the game is something that I know she's really, really keen to do as she develops her game, and gives us another dimension as well when she can come back on and bowl those balls.
Single out to deep mid wicket. 101 for 4.
Yeah, we talked about the challenges of the batting team when you've got a game where you're on and off and the overs change as you go along. One of the challenges for the bowling team is the bowling restrictions and the plans you would have had for different bowlers. All of a sudden you can't bowl as many overs and your spells have vanished.
Pace off again. Single out to deep mid wicket.
Yeah. So Kopak having bowled 5 at the beginning, I imagine she's probably only got 1 left with 29 overs being played. Your maximum's going to be 6, I think, and one of them will have to bowl 5, if I've got my maths correct on that front.
I'm apologising to the producer, but everybody else at home as well. That was a much louder slurp on the cup than I intended there.
I didn't even manage to talk over it, did I?
I did. It was hotter than I expected it to be.
You've been really looking forward to that cup of tea, Kev, and ruined by the microphone.
I foolishly just poured it out of a flask, so it's still as red hot as when it left the tea next door. So when I just took a sip there, I nearly burnt the lips off me. Here's Maksud. Single down the grounds for Franklin. Castle's there. Well, they've got that platform at the moment where they can keep going with a strike rate of 100, just keep going to run a ball thereabouts, these two. Oh, Bolzer! Down the track and misses it. And Yorks herself in the end with that one, really. Davidson Richards. Maksud has a second and some really important mid-innings wickets here for Sunrisers. Looped up and looping into the block hole. It was just a shuffle towards it.
Yeah, it's just a little bit above the eye line there. You can see her get excited, thinking, look, if I get it down, it is downhill, as you say, off the square, so I can get anything on it. It's away, and it's up to her, stuck to her guns, bowled it where she wanted to bowl it, and we've seen the back of. That's a great wicket to pick up now. There's a lot more to come. Farrant coming in, left-hander, I think, so it's going to bring a new challenge that we haven't yet faced. But yeah, you always want to see the back of some of the best batters in the country when Alice Davidson-Richards out. You would rather she's in the pavilion than she's in the middle, because you give her any time out there, she can score runs. But like you say, like you're kind of stuck in this. You have to keep going now, because you just don't know what a good score is going to be in a rain-reduced game. That's where, as Sunrisers, we have to stick to our plans. We have to not be fazed by them coming at us, and bowl in the right areas, because chances will come. We've seen Franklin gave a chance in the last over off Kopak, so there's plenty of opportunity to pick up wickets, but you've got to keep doing the simple things well.
0, 6 and 4 in the last 3 for Davidson-Richards. She'll be disappointed with that run, frustrated, but equally here, I guess with 10 overs out and 6 wickets standing, the onus was on her to try and keep going. But Tash Farrant it is, in at 7, 26 years of age now, 6 ODIs and 18 T20 internationals for England. Oh, slides on past.
Yeah, she's a dangerous batter when she gets going. She hits the ball very hard, and again, they probably don't see any way out of this other than keeping going, and we've just got to stick to our guns and keep bowling where we want to bowl.
This ball's pushed away into the offside. Short extra cover fields. 45 last up at Bristol against Storm. 21 against Vipers, and that's been the season so far.
It is great to see her back out on the cricket pitch, though. She suffered with a lot of injuries over the last few years, so it's been brilliant to see her get out there and play again. You want the best players playing as often as you can, and we revel the opportunity to play against her. Hopefully she won't bring too much form to this game with bat or ball, though.
Swept hard. Just be a single. Great. Doing the fielding. Down at deep backward square. End of the 19th. Davidson-Richards gone for 4. Maqsood 2 for 9 from 3 overs now. 105 for 5 for South East Stars. 10 overs to go. Well, that run rate drops ever so slightly again, back down to 5.5, but 10 overs to go. They certainly look to be continuing to go at least 5s from here, but wickets will be a worry, though, with 5 down already. But 150 on the board here at Radlett in a match reduced to 29 overs a side. Will be competitive for sure. Had 8 overs of power play at the beginning. You can imagine that will be set the same unless there's a Duckworth-Lewis adjustment to the chase. So let's wait and see. Here's Grace Scrivens from Salters Field End. A little short first up. Dragged fine a mid-wicket and a single to Gardner in the deep. 106 for 5.
Probably a good example of how you have to manage your bowlers, knowing that they've only got 6 overs max in them when you've had an opening bowlers that have bowled 4 or 5 overs already, and you may want them to come back on at the very end. So great, good to see Grace on. She's a competitor, loves bowling in these situations, and will love to get a wicket here for the team.
That one dropped short, thumps onto the pads. Yelp from Scrivens. They've taken 2. Leg byes they will be. But right arm around to the left-hander, it was always drifting down, and again, as short as she dropped it as well. Height may well have been an issue. Around the first hard, Farrant, there was always going to be just a single in it. She moves 2-2. Franklin on to strike. Long on back, deep mid wicket, deep square, deep cover, the 4 back. And that's sent up in the air and just short. Villiers running in at deep backward square. Bravely went at it, has worn that on the chest as well, I think, Villiers, as it bounced. But was looking to give herself every chance to try and get underneath that one.
She did a great job to make sure that didn't go over the boundary. That's so tough when they're going to fall just short. You know you're going to wear something.
There'll be a bruise for that tomorrow. Straight to Villiers, who's come up to point for the left-handed Farrant.
I think everyone was relieved she didn't let go of that one, as Cordelia Griffiths was trying to work out which end she was going to back up from and pick the wrong one.
Bowling into the deck all right, Scrivens. Keeping from Gardner, probably. Mate Gardner didn't do the best favour with the throw there, bounced just in front of her. 111 for 5 after 29 to go. And again, projecting towards that 160 mark at the moment. I'd push that a little bit higher, but for the wickets column at the moment, I think they'll be very wary. A couple more wickets now and you could end up falling a long way short of 160.
And that's obviously the side we want it to go on. It is so tough setting a target when you've got rain-affected matches in Duckworth Lewis and on and off.
It's hit up in the air and over extra cover. You just see that ball slowing up again down the hill as Castle gives chase. Gray coming around to back up. 3 taken. Farrant's on to 6. On 14 for 5. Just shifts a little bit of pressure to the bowler at the start of the over. Castle drops back at long on. Long off back also. A short cut to Scrivens. Well fielded to cover points. Franklin fails to get that one away. A couple of cuts. She'll feel she's missed out on there. That 3 at the start of the over just takes a little bit of pressure off the batter. Swept up into the air, but it won't carry. Out to Villiers. There goes that arm. Goodness me. Extraordinary.
Like a bullet back into Amara Carr's gloves there. They're big boundaries here, so there have been quite a few that they've just chipped, probably in the knowledge that they're going to fall safe for them, but you always feel like you're in the game.
Single through square, 3 converging. It's Griffith who gets there first. Best arm at Sunrisers clearly is Maddie Villiers. In the country. Oh, you were looking in doubt there about best arm at Sunrisers. Nobody comes close,
no,
surely.
she definitely has the best arm at Sunrisers.
Single more.
Yeah, another one that fell just short. I think Kate Coffack was in 2 minds as to whether to go for it or not to go for it there, but it was probably slightly out of her reach. Now, there is no doubt she's got the best arm at Sunrisers. Jo Gardner has a pretty decent one on her as well. In the ring, I definitely wouldn't take Cordelia Griffith on. In terms of in the country, that you can't really pick. There's so many good fielders out there now. It's one of the things in the game that's come on massively in the professional era. Domestically, you've now got 11, 12, 13 fantastic fielders in every match day squad, so you can't really sort of hide any.
Oh, it's nicely flighted. Scriven starting up her second over. So she was bowling it hard into the deck in that first over she had from Saltersfield end. Floated up there.
Slightly downhill from that end, so just trying to get her length right has been the challenge in the first couple of overs that she's bowled. It's difficult. You've got a left-handed, right-handed combination. You've got a slope from one end to the other. So just trying to, the quicker you can bed in, the quicker you can get into your rhythm.
Yeah, it's another point to make about that square, that the stumps at that end are slightly higher, aren't they? Just a single.
It is slightly funny
cover.
sat here that we do have fielders at the other end that haven't got any feet.
Yeah, they haven't got shins or feet.
Yeah, Eva Gray's just running across the sight screen from mid-off to mid-off, mid-on for the left and right-hander.
Let's hit up into the air. Oh, put down. That was a sharp chance. Yeah. Out to Gardner, who got two hands to it. Did well to get down and underneath it. Looks like just dragged slightly on her.
There have been quite a few that have fallen just short. That one carried, but not at a comfortable height, so she did really well just to even get underneath it, made up quite a bit of ground there. Like we said earlier, like there's something happening every ball. It's a very exciting period of play at the moment.
7 overs to go after this delivery. Seven overs it is. 120 for 5. Again, still at 5.5 that run rate. So just the 3 over that off that over though from Scrivens.
That's a good over, really good over. Just to tie it up at the moment, to go for 3s, which complements what Tahar Maqsood's been doing at the other end, has been really important. Like we talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships are key in games like this, because like you mentioned earlier, with the spinners on, the overs vanish quickly, and the 29 on the board is always going to be in the batter's mind. We're only playing 29 overs. 22 have gone now. How do I push on? So, been a really good few overs for Sunrisers so far.
Maqsood continuing from the pavilion end. A little bit of width on that. Frustration for Franklin. That's a few now in the last 2 overs from Maqsood, where there has been width and she hasn't been able to pierce that offside field. There's no sweeper back. Long off and long on back, so too deep mid-wicket and deep square. Down a track and stumped. Franklin departs. Perhaps the frustration at missing out on those wider deliveries, that she couldn't get away, using her feet in the end. Carr makes no mistake behind the stumps. 3 for Maqsood, 3 for 15 in her 5th. Southeast Stars 120 for 6.
Yeah, you could see she wanted to get going those overs where they've dried the run rate up, both from Maqsood's end and Scrivens complimenting her at the other end. She saw the width, she saw the opportunity to try and get it away, but there was a little bit of turn in that and beat the edge of the bat. Carr had all day to get it back to the stumps. Never an easy stumping, but she made it look easy.
I'll be pretty pleased in the huddle there as they take on some drinks. 6 down in what, 22, 23 overs now. 120 on the board. That start that Southeast Stars got has given them a great foundation, hasn't it, for this innings? They started to get going, and then Schofield really propelled the innings. But Sunrisers coming back hard here. And as McDonald Gay makes her way out to the middle, there's still a bit of work to do. 20 off 26 for Franklin. It wasn't bad, the strike rate, 76. I just think it was a couple of balls, one at the start of this over and a couple in the back end of the last Maqsood over, that perhaps just built its own pressure for Franklin. Nicely played, just a single down to long off. Watchfully done, first up from McDonald Gay. Having a look, they lost their first wicket 5 for 1, Sophia Dunkley. That was at the end of the 3rd over. But then by the end of the 9th, it rattled off another 43 runs to 48 for 2 in the space of 6 overs. Single taken. It's a little turn around the corner. Then from the end of the 9th to the end of the 14th, Chatley going 85 for 3, so adding 37. Since then, that's the point really, from 85 for 2 after 13.5. Smith on the full, a single down to Gardner. Oh, there you go. Good example of what the challenge is out there in the fields. And that, pretty much like that catch that went down in the previous over. It was Gardner in the outfield, wasn't it? It was difficult. You're coming forward, you're trying to hold your footing on an outfield. It's not going to be easy with the amount of rain there's been today. Obviously not one of the main HQs. The drainage isn't going to be as good as at the county grounds. Reverse sweep. Very quick shake of the head from umpire Lungley, not out. End of the 23rd. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 Southeast Stars. And well, it was end of the 14th, wasn't it? It's 85 for 2. So in the last 9 overs, they've added, what, 38 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. And Sunrisers will be keen to keep that going in this back 6, where Southeast Stars will be very keen to push on. But again, that wickets column, they're going to have to be wary of. McDonald Gay taking guard. So in at 8, 19-year-olds from Maidstone. 19, 0 and unbeaten 1 at Bristol so far this summer.
This is one of the very talented young players that's coming through this domestic structure now. She had a good World Cup in South Africa with the under-19s, and I know there's a player that a lot of people have a lot of high hopes for. Certainly a very good player to come in at number 8 in your team. She's got a lot of talent.
Hit 35, unbeaten against Pakistan, as England racked up 156 for 7 in a group match against Pakistan. Smale with 37 was the top scorer. The pair shared a partnership which rescued England, really. Looking for a little paddle. Farrant, it wasn't there. From 43 for 3 in the 6th to 81 for 4 when Pavely fell, and then 113 for 5 when Smale was out. So Smale had got a little bit of a partnership going with Pavely before McDonald Gay. Edged. We'll look for 2, they'll get 2 happily. McLeod collects. 126 for 6. That one's short. Hit up in the air. Chance. Oh, Griffith spills it. Scoops out of the hands. Coming in from mid-wicket. Was it Maqsood's catch running in from mid-on? Let's have another look. Up in the air it went. It's looking for Maqsood. Griffith called it early. Just got there, but fingertips only. Big shot. Huge catch. Incredible catch out there by Gray. No mistake made whatsoever. And just the ball after the catch goes down. Look at the smile on Griffith's face. Huge catch by Gray out in the deep. 126 for 7. Smiles for Maqsood as well. She has another, a 4th. And that's the end of Farrant for 11. Relief for Sunrisers that they aren't made to pay on that one, just the ball before. But what a way to make up for it. Great piece of work in the outfield from Gray. My apologies, Kopak with the catch in the outfield. Absolutely brilliant piece of work.
Cordelia Griffith will be giving Kate Kopak a massive high five after that one, because there's probably nobody in this ground who didn't think that was a gimme, as Cordelia Griffith, one of the best infielders on the display today, came towards the ball. It looked like it was just slightly out of reach for her. She didn't going up the hill. It kind of just kept going away from her. But yeah, one shot too many, and yeah, Kate Koppak judged it to perfection to get her body and her hands underneath it on the boundary. But yeah, you talk about having to take your chances, and you worry when an easy one goes down where you're going to go after that. But I think we've got Spencer's come out to the wicket, who started on the score sheet I think at number 4 or 5 and has worked her way down. So it's that's tough for a batter when you think you're coming in and you're seeing everyone else come in ahead of you, as they obviously think they can hit it a little bit harder, a little bit faster, and score a bit quicker than you.
Top ball. As Castle gets there at mid wicket. I'm now checking myself in the field to see where Gray's gone to, because it's been
Gray
Gray
is now in the same geographical position, but as it's a deep backward square now. She was at deep mid wicket, I think, for Farrant before.
Nice use of the feet into the offsides. Scrivens holds them to a single. So long off and long on back. Koppak at long off. Gardner at long on. Deep mid wicket. Villiers deep backward square. He's great. There's a single down to Gardner at long on. 1-2-8 for 7.
This will be Maksu's last over, so 3 balls to go in her spell, which has been absolutely brilliant.
Scrambled single. Yeah, Jemima Spence, 16 years of age. Didn't bat in the match at Thunder. Oh, nicely worked. Little paddle around the corner for 2. Moves to 3 from 2. 29 at Bristol though against Storm just the other day.
Another really exciting young talent that Stars Academy seem to have a conveyor belt of them at the moment, and it's brilliant to see them coming through. Somebody so young getting these opportunities.
Down the track, stumped. Maksood has 4 for 23 from her 6 overs. Spence is gone, and South East Stars running out of wickets here at the end. Outstanding again from Maksood.
She's bowled a really brilliant spell in the middle there, coming on at a time where the run rate really was climbing. There were batters in that really wanted to take her on, and she found her length really early. I think it's like the uphill slope has helped her a little bit there. She's been able to get a little bit of drift and then turn it away from the right hander.
That's
so
grits.
She's a cricketer that has really benefited from a winter.
Did she edge
training.
that?
It could have been caught behind. It could have been a stumping. It moved
I thought
a long way.
on that last angle, it looked as though there was a little deflection on that.
We're definitely not behind the bowler's arm here, and the camera is slightly off kilter. But it's gone down as a stumping according to the scorers.
Let's have a look at this replay again. Just have a look, see if there's a little tickle on the outside edge as it goes past. Just there. There's a deflection, isn't there? Or is it the bounce that's deceiving me?
Carr gets the credit anyway.
Either way, I was about to say which we should be happier with, the stumping or a catch.
I don't know. I think I'm not a wicketkeeper. You'd have to ask her. we'll get that question in at the end of the game, shall we? We'll ask her what she'd rather have by her name. But
either way, we knew she'd be smiling. 131 for 8, 25 done, 4 to go here at Radlett. Scrivens to McDonald Gay. He's got a bit of a job to do now. We talked about going for something bigger than 160 and falling a long way short. Oh, it's nice, past the edge from Scrivens. At the moment, they definitely take 150. Only 2 wickets standing.
And you don't know if that's if it's a good score or not, do you, in a game like this? So it is tough. There's a lot of cricket still to be played today.
Oh, put down. Went sharply back at Scrivens. They get the single. Had to be careful of overthrows here as well. Maksood with the throw. But Scrivens did well to get 2 hands to it and did well to get her face out of the way of that one.
It is all happening out there, isn't it? Again, like Grace will be very disappointed not to have held it when you do get there. It's sharp, it's hard on your follow through. Any bowler will tell you it's really difficult to be in a position to take, but she'll be disappointed.
.132 for 8. 2 balls to go over the 26th. Very nearly a 9th wicket, but goodness me, that angle that we just saw there was going right for the nose.
It was going hard, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Freya Davis here. She it's a bit of a job to do to hold up an end, really. Goes for the sweep. Peel went up and leg by signalled, so there was no bat. 133 for 8 at the end of the over. Scrivens 1 for 11 from her 4. Freya Davis, 27 years of age now, from Chichester. London Spirit player as well, somewhere that Sunrisers will be playing in a few weeks' time against Surrey in that double header, or alongside Surrey, I should say, in that double header.
Playing against Stars. So, yeah, it was only a couple of weeks until we see these guys. I suppose that's the way the competition goes. When we'll finish the 50 over the first block next Tuesday. We're up to Sale to play Thunder, and then the T20 starts, and our first T20 is at home on Thursday the 18th. I have a feeling it's against Sparks, but I keep getting that wrong. And then Thursday the 25th, a day that everyone's had in their diary for a while since the fixtures came out, the double header at Lords.
Castle back into the attack. Can the skipper finish things off? Single for Davis, who has just batted the once this summer so far against Vipers at Beckenham. She managed 7. Single swept away out to deep square, and McDonald Gay happy to give strike to Davis. Came in at 10, managed 7 from 29 at the end in that defeat.
It's a tough gig, isn't it? Yeah.
158 run defeat against Vipers. Cries yes, throw comes in. Whew. Well,
every run counts here, so it's while you're in the ring, be on it and make sure that we're not letting them relieve the pressure with any singles there.
Fly interrupting the run-up of Castle. Single to Griffith. And well, did they take it in the end?
No,
or did
they
she
went
send
back.
her back?
She sent her back. Cleaner pick-up. I think she could have been in trouble there into Carr's hands. I might have had something to do with that when I said that she was one of the best infield fielders. Since then, she's dropped a pretty easy catch and fumbled that run-out opportunity.
Wraps the pads. They'll take a single to short fine leg. 137 for 8. Leg by signalled. Yeah, it was 287 for 6 from the Vipers in that match that we were talking about at Beckenham. So when Davis came to the crease at 8 down, it was 111 for 8 in the 30th. Oh, it's right up there. Gets through. Little inside edge. Fine. Of short fine leg.
Just 5 off it when you've got 4 overs to go. It's definitely something the Sunrisers will be pleased with.
That's the signal to bring the tent flap down again, isn't it? Over the back of the pavilion.
Yeah, who put that one up, producer?
That's Jake, cameraman extraordinaire, away to our left, telling us of the encroaching trouble that could be.
We might time it for lunch if we're
Well,
quick through
exactly,
here.
yeah.
So Could almost be perfect.
It should just be, as we looked at the radar ourselves a little while ago, didn't we, and the percentage chance of rain. It's only a small percentage chance each hour of the game that remains, but it's just whether that particular shower deposits right over the top of you, because they're only scattered showers, I think they call them in the industry, don't they?
I have no idea if the weather radar I look at is any good, so I'm the last person to ask about this.
Sweep to deep backward square, and single mort. Look, we've done better, I think, than some were fearing this morning with the delayed start. 10:30 start it was meant to be. It was a stop-start process until the game got underway. Ground staff doing their best and did a fine job. Single to long on, 140 for 8, midway through the 28th. So there are, what, 9 balls left of the innings. That's picked up nicely. Oh, and goes through. Maddie Villiers, can't believe it. It slips through the fingers. She was really on the move with that one. If she had taken that, it would have been a screamer for me, because again, all downhill. That's coming up from above. Just wasn't quite there in position to get her hands underneath it, and it goes straight through the fingers.
As tough as that looks to us, that's something that Maddie would expect herself to take 99 times out of 100. So again, you can see the disappointment on her face that she's allowed that opportunity to slip.
Cost 2 runs to push Davis to 6. 2 dot balls to follow though, so not too expensive. 142 for 8. 6 balls to come here on Sunrise's stream. Southeast Stars put in and scrambling towards the finish line in this innings, but they did have a big start though. That run rate of 5 and over is still going to be a substantial requirement for Sunrisers in the chase. You can just see in the distance there how the clouds filled in again. Can feel the temperatures dropped actually. So yeah, 6 more deliveries. We'll drop the front of the tent down.
Go and have some
Have
food.
a bit of lunch.
Wait for it to pass. Watch the run chase.
What's the menu today?
I have no idea. Usually chicken.
It was an unbelievable roast on. Was it a bank? It was a bank holiday Monday, wasn't it? When the game was played at Chelmsford the other day. Bank holiday Monday roast. Here's Castle, last over. Up in the air. And held.
By Eva Gray. You've been waiting 3 overs for this one. Held by Eva Gray off Kelly Castle.
Brilliant catch from Gray at deep backward square. And 142 for 9. Big wicket as well. McDonald Gay heads back, and that's huge with 5 balls left in looking to maximise what's left for Southeast Stars. But really good catch out in the deep from Gray.
Yeah, it might not have been the same batter, but Maddie Villiers was the first one to go. Congratulate her and thank her for sticking the 9th wicket on the board.
If I'd have said she was Kopak, that would have evened the score for both of them.
They'd
have had a
yeah.
catch each on the.
to be fair, Eva Gray
Just wouldn't have looked very good
happy.
from my part. Should have been happy.
They are doing their best to fool you, though. Those two have interchanged that position on the field for most of the day. I think Kopak's currently down at long off.
It's not too much. I was looking for some sort of point of difference between the two of them when they're in the deep there, other than the number on the back of their shirt, but that's facing the other way to us. But I was trying to look at a difference. Their gates are pretty similar as well.
We'll have to come up with an opening bowling partnership like combination for them, and you can just call them that for the rest of the season.
The something twins, yeah. Here's Gregory on strike. 5 balls left. Oh, that one gets through. Wide signals. They don't take the single. Daniel Gregory, well, it's a tough job to do here at the end. Whatever's scrambled at this point will be seen as a bonus. Single will give Davis strike. So 4 to go. And I'd imagine at this point it will be over to Davis to go for 2, 4 or 6, but forget the singles. She'll have her freedom. Long on back, deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep cover. And there's the first attempt. She does take the single. Down to Gardner. Backs Gregory.
Look, we've seen ourselves people back to 12 now, don't they? So
yeah,
everyone's capable of scoring some runs and getting hold of it at the end. I think you're fine. Deep mid-wicket, long on are probably in the game at the moment. As it goes out to deep cover. This is why you do this job for a living, Kevin, and I and I fill in on match days so I can distract myself from what's going on out there.
146 for 9, 2 to go. I think this delivery, Davis won't want to waste a delivery now, will she? First attempt, it's going to land safe. Gray coming in from deep backward square. 147 for 9. So they do take the single, which means it'll be Gregory to have the last ball. Or can she come up with against Castle? 5 off the over, wicket to begin. Last ball of the South East Stars innings. Oh, no it isn't. Down the leg side and a wide signals.
Thought she was going for the leg side stumping approach there.
Try it again. Last ball of the South East Stars innings. Kelly Castle. Put right up there down the leg side. It's not again. 149 for 9.
Can we not say it this time?
I won't say it this time.
No. if not, that shower's going to hit us before we finish the game if you keep saying that.
Can I say this could be the last ball of the South East Stars innings?
It could be, in many ways.
Oh, there'll be a couple here. That's a nicely placed shot. And between them, Villiers and, just Gardner has done well on the boundary rope there. She was actually almost undone by the good work of Villiers, who managed to slide and stop it, but it nearly wrong-footed Gardner, so she's done extremely well skipping along on the boundary rope. So, 2 taken, 151 for 9 South East Stars. It's a very competitive total. They had a very, very good start, so plenty to digest for Sunrisers, I'm sure, in between.
Definitely, yeah. I think both teams will probably come off thinking they're in the game. There's runs on the board in difficult conditions for South East Stars, but also a score that looked like it could have been a lot bigger at one point, and Sunrisers, we've pegged them out brilliantly. So, yeah, build partnerships, bat all the way through, and should be a total that that we see getting close, if not past.
No doubt the pick of the bowlers. There's Maqsood, who bowled brilliantly in that innings and returned 4 for 23 to go with a 5 for in the first match of the season. 4 for 23 from 6. She had the second best economy as well, behind Scrivens, who was 1 for 15 from her 5. What that does say to me is pace off on this surface, which I'm sure South East Stars will be picking up on in their interval as well. But top score coming from Chatley right at the top with 28, in fact. Schofield with 27, 21 for Smith and 20 for Franklin. Right, we'll take a break. We'll zip up our tent as well. Thank you very much, Danny Warren, for your company on the mic. The target to win is that revised up? 156, because that's not what they finished on. It was 151. We'll confirm it when we come back. It might be a Duckworth-Lewis revision, but we'll let you know when we're back, folks. In the meantime, it's the innings break here at Radlett. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Radlett, where the chase is about to get underway. Grace Scrivens running out to the middle, 156, a revised target with Duckworth Lewis. So Scrivens sent out to open with Alice McLeod for this one, and it's going to be a tricky chase here at Radlett. They got off to a flyer, South East Stars, put in by Sunrisers, and 28 from Chatley opening, 21 from Bryony Smith at 3, Paige Schofield with 27 off just 25 deliveries, 20 from Phoebe Franklin down the order, 151 for 9 off their 29. But it was a little bit of a collapse from 85 for 2. Scrambling then to 151, and revised up to 156, the target. Smith it is to open up for South East Stars. Nicely played, nicely bowled. Slight yelp, it was always going down the leg side. Well backed up, the throw coming in. Yeah, 156 the target revised up to, and well, it was 85 for 2 to 151 by the end of the 29th with the reduction, which will make a tricky start. They'll need a chase, they'll need a good start in power play 1, much as South East Stars had. Respectfully played by McLeod, and no run. Just drawing up that scorecard again from the first innings. And it's interesting that they've gone with spin at the top, because Maqsood's 4 for 23. That goes up in the air. Oh, and put down. How big a miss will that be for South East Stars? McLeod off the mark. Thick edge. Well off the toe end of the bat. Chance gone. How rueful will Gregory and South East Stars be? Dot ball into the offside, into the open over, 2 without loss here on Sunrisers stream. So Maqsood had 4 for 23 from 6, and Maddie Villiers 1 for 25 from her 3, a little bit more expensive, going at 8s. But Grace Scrivens 1 for 15 from her 5, going at just 3. So pace off did seem to be the way, and at Radlett sometimes you can turn up here and find out exactly how it plays this one, whether it is Blake Cullen bowling a lightning spell here in a game against Hampshire in the T20 for Middlesex men. But equally, there are occasions you see here at Radlett where pace-off is far more effective. Going to be Frey Davis from the pavilion end. A single for McLeod down to deep third. Deep third and deep backward square with a 2 out for McLeod. What do they do for Scrivens? To deep third, you'd have thought so on the Saltersfield end side of the ground. Deep square drops back right, and there we go, deep third eventually. Finds her way back to the rope at the far end by the sight screen on the far side for those, by the score box for those who know Radlett on the far side of the ground. Just adjusting the deep backward square, bringing her in a little closer. Round the wicket goes Davis. Scrivens nearly chops on. Top ball it is. Yeah, 151 for 9 then. Kopak got 1 for 31 going at 6s. Number 23 for Eva Gray going at 4.5. Castle 2 for 30 going at 6s as well. So it was interesting that the two spinners, McSood and Scrivens, are the only ones to get away with a decent economy. Wrapping the pads from around the wicket, going down. Even an old bowler like Tom Lungley's not going to give that one. I'm Kevin Hunt. Delighted to have you with us on the stream wherever you're tuned in for this one. Delighted to say as well that a very familiar voice and a very welcome voice on the mic joins me for the start of the second innings. How are you, Mike Gassing?
Very good, thank you, Kevin. Very good indeed. It's nice to be watching some cricket.
This is the first ball bowled here at Radlett this year. 2 seconds games called off. They haven't had a ball bowled all summer.
No, that's right. So I thought I'd better get down here quick and have a look. And I have to be very honest, I haven't seen a Sunrisers game for some strange reason. But so it's nice to see two women's teams playing our great game. It's very nice to see.
Over the top and away. There is that slope here on the outfield once it's off the square, which is effectively a mound, but it is a damper outfield for this one. Yeah, Middlesex being one of the stakeholders of Sunrisers, with Northamptonshire and Essex, Kent and Surrey for South East Stars. There's a fair few of the great and the good here today as well. Old mate of yours just wandered past a few moments ago, didn't see you until you chipped away at him.
Young Devi Malcolm, match manager. Darren Stevens is coach of the opposition. So it's been all stars.
And Angus Fraser, I was thinking as well.
Oh, I haven't seen Gussie yet.
He's here today.
Here. Is he having a picnic somewhere?
Bowser! Scrivens is gone. Lovely ball from Davies. Got herself into an awkward position there, Scrivens. First wicket goes down in the second over. Well bowled by Freya Davies. 5 for 1. Disappointment for Scrivens. She makes her way off for 2. Oh.
Yeah, the head just got outside it a bit, didn't she? And it did come in slightly to her, but she just fell over a bit and made it look a little probably worse than it was. But very good bowling by Freya Davies. Always good to get it on line and length early on in the innings. It makes it difficult for the batter to get too acclimatised when you're looking to be positive.
Hugely talented cricketer, Grace Scrivens, 19 years of age, not to be today. For the England under-19 international. Had a fine World Cup down in South Africa. But not to be here at Radlett.
I understand she's a very competitive young lady.
Yeah.
She looks rather cross walking off, which I'm not surprised, but yeah.
Were you a cross walker off her?
I think so. If I know I played a bad shot, I'd be very upset, especially if it was a very bad shot. you would do that. I mean, sometimes you walk off and you sort of try and get the worst of it out of the way before you get in the changing room and just be honest with yourself and say, yeah, it wasn't a very good shot, and sit down and just say, okay, let's not make sure it happens again too often or whatever. But yeah.
Change of bowling at Saltersfield end as Cordelia Griffith comes out to join McLeod on strike. Franklin it is into bowl. That's certainly something that I've become more aware of in recent years. Batters' responses once in the dressing room, that coaches and teammates now, they don't like. I mean, there was obviously the broken glass at Lords, wasn't there, for Matt Pryor, broken window. But it seems to be something now. If you want to get it out of your system, get it out of your system before you get in the dressing room.
You know, sometimes though it's difficult because depending on where you're playing, you have a camera sometimes following you off, so it's not very easy to do that. But
that's true.
So if there isn't, it's a lot easier to do so. And I have to admit, I did fall foul of that once, having been run out by Mickey Roseberry against the Australians at Lords. And I sadly didn't throw anything. I put my hand through a window.
Oh.
Which wasn't very clever, but that's
Actually,
about the only time.
I seem to remember that story. Hit in the air. Oh, it's a great catch and extra cover. Sharp chance. Straight into the hands. Franklin has a wicket. Dunkley makes no mistake at extra cover. 5 for 2 in the third. Troubled start here for Sunrisers. McLeod ruefully in the foreground there, making her way off.
Yeah, another one, the batsman might not be happy. It didn't really get there. It got sort of a very slow pitch, and she got ahead of herself with the stroke, and hence hit it well out in front of her. And unfortunately, the only way that's going to be is in the air, and it unfortunately hit straight to a fielder. So again, she'll be quite frustrated, I think. Not particularly cross, but frustrated, because there was no pace in that at all, and she got there really early, and yeah, sadly it ended up in extra cover's hands.
Yeah, we're just saying that, you know, the analysis of the first innings, that it was pace off the spinners who were most effective, and you do in the years. This is Sunrisers' second game. Commentated on the game against Vipers last year. I can't particularly remember the track on that game, but over the years commentating on Middlesex games here, you do turn up and it seems to be one of two surfaces. Either it's lightning quick, and the bowlers enjoy that it's lightning quick, or it's a pace off track. And I just wonder with this one, as you say, that ball.
I suspect it's going to be one of those wickets with all the rain around. It's going to be one of those where it's not. It's going to be the time of the year, isn't it? To be fair, it's not going to be lightning. It's as you say, they haven't played any cricket here at all.
No. Maddie Villiers. I need something special from her today. Griffith yet to face at the non-striker's end as well. Yeah, just remember matches over the years here where one side, you go out and you say, all right, you set the target on it then and see how it goes. But actually what you find is that the side, you will learn more about the bowling than you do the batting first here at Radlett. Stroked away. Sweepers back at deep cover, just a single, 6 for 2.
Yeah, so it's a lovely ground, this. I mean, it's actually very similar to Lord's because it's sloped. There's a huge slope on it as well. So batting is very similar to batting at Lord's with the slope, and you know it's a good place for the guys in the second team actually to actually learn how to play when they perhaps get in the first team at Lord's, and likewise for the girls when they ever play at Lord's, they'll be feeling quite at home, I suspect.
Double header coming up soon.
Yep.
Okay, South East Stars ahead of Middlesex Surrey that night in the T20 as well. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the good matches for the start of the season.
That's swept away nicely.
Very good shot.
Onto that quickly, Griffith. First boundary for Sunrisers. 10 for 2.
You get the feeling if somebody can get in on this pitch, it's going to be hard to bowl at them because it is very slow, and that again was just more leg side, unlike the one that got the wicket, which was more on the off stump. It was down the leg side and much easier to hit for Cordelia Griffith. She hit it very well though, and yeah, it just it's going to be an interesting watch this, because it's going to be difficult for the bowlers unless they get their lengths right, because it is going to be sitting up to be hit, and I suspect, as you rightly said, Kevin, the spinners might play quite a big part in this.
Yeah, I say that, you know, so often I remember some of the earlier games perhaps here at Radlett then. Yorkshire was the first game that Middlesex hosted a professional game. Straight nicely, it just pierces through for a single, 11 for 2. And so often a side will say, right, go on then, you go out and figure out what a good total is, batting first, which you hear quite often in cricket, don't you? But I just found more and more here at Radlett what you were finding, rather than the side going out and getting themselves into trouble as to what total to set, it was more the side batting first. They were quite happy because they were thinking, we've got how to bowl on this one now today.
Yeah.
You know, we know how to bowl on this. And it was playing far more into the hands of the side who batted first.
But early season, you would think that if you won the toss, you'd always want to put somebody in.
Yep.
So
just a leg by. Oh yeah, I don't think I'd have any criticism of that today for Sunrisers in particular, because the game at Chelmsford that they lost on Monday, 10:30 start. Batted first and overheads were favourable, but the The stats say bat first at Chelmsford, more often than not you win, but unfortunately they came down on the wrong end of that one against Northern Diamonds. There was a fair bit of swing around.
It was a lovely day. I was actually down there myself. I was doing a bit for BBC, all about the volunteers and how they help, etc., and
So you
how
could
much they do in the game and how important they are. And it was a very nice sort of little piece and a little pat on the back for all those wonderful volunteers that make such a difference in all walks of life for everybody. It's quite amazing.
Solid defence from Villiers on that one. Was that the Saturday game or the Monday game?
I believe it was a Saturday.
That was the Saturday one. I was down there on the Monday, the
I was
bank
on the
holiday.
Monday, right? Yeah, but no, it is the volunteers in the game and just around the people who just help people through difficult times, and also those certainly at cricket clubs like this are just don't get enough praise for what they do.
Nicely timed, top ball as far as mid-off. Yeah, it's a lovely day here now. The Monday one though, it was a lovely day in the end, but the morning it was a bit overcast. 10:30.
Yeah.
2 new balls at either ends. I'm going to show you one of the replays in a minute on the screen in front of me. A couple of glorious balls to get rid of Griffith, who was bowled, and Scriven likewise was bowled. The one that hooped back in at good pace as well. So Griffith, not much you could do about it, and they'd really ripped the heart out of the top of Sunrisers on Monday. 12 for 2 here at the end of the fourth. They have to be wary not to have the heart ripped out of them at the top of this one as well. But a nice day for it. Nice ground for it as well. What was your favourite outground back in the day?
Oh, I think you'd have to say Uxbridge, wouldn't you?
I thought you was.
We played a lot at Uxbridge, and it was. I mean, this outfield here at Radlett is quite quick when you get through the middle of the season. Especially down the hill. Up the hill, it's a bit stodgy at the moment, but certainly, whatever the conditions down the hill, it just tends to race away from you. So, but likewise at Uxbridge, it was always a very quick outfield. It was good for the fielding side though, because once it went past you, you didn't have to bother chasing it. You just waited for the crowd to throw it back. And as for a batter, you didn't have to run too many. So it was a lovely ground, and we had some really good matches there. Good quick wicket, but turned a bit as well.
Gatting Way, really close. Something needs to be named after Gus.
A pub.
Fraser's Arms. Well, he's got his own one now with Tim Murtagh, hasn't he?
I believe I heard there was something like that going on. I mean,
up in Gerrard's Crossway.
Is that right?
Yeah. Well, they're actually for the outgrounds. I think they do open a tent. I seem to remember them having a tent here. And wasn't you mustn't have been at the game then. Gus was pulling the pints in the here at Radlett last season in the T20.
Oh my goodness.
Imagine the grief you'd have got if you and a few of the others were there that day to go and be served.
Oh, if we'd have known, we'd have probably stayed there all afternoon, I suspect, and
criticised the pints, the pint pouring skills.
Oh, without doubt. Although probably would have had been pretty decent practice by the end of the session, I suspect, if there were a few of us. But there we are. I think he likes his wine too much, Gus, these days. There's a lovely man called Christopher Carson who has been one of Gus's best friends for a long time, and Christopher is one of his main men who supply him with a lot of wine, all at a price, of course. But
in the air again. Oh, it's another great catch.
My goodness.
What a take. Dunkley again at extra cover. Villiers has gone for 2, 13 for 3 in the 5th. Franklin with a second, but that was all about the catch. In the air all right from Villiers. She struck it sweetly enough. But Dunkley's made no mistake for the second time in a couple of overs from Franklin.
Yeah, another shot there again, very wide, and she had to really reach for it, but an absolutely fantastic catch. I mean, this is one of the great things about the women's game. If it, you know, the areas it has improved. I mean, the fielding has always been actually quite good, to be fair, but it seems to have got better and better as time's gone on, and that was a really fabulous catch. The ball travelling reasonably decent pace as well.
Great piece of camera work too, as well.
Without a doubt.
I think that's what the tap on the shoulder I just got was as well from Jake. Pretty pleased with his work, and rightly so on that one. 13 for 3, 1 ball to come with the 5th again. Yeah, go on, get back on the camera.
And those are the things that change games, aren't they? Those two there. If they miss the fielder, they go for 4, and if they don't, then 2 wickets, and you're in a bit of spot of bother. And as the Sunrisers are at the moment, chasing a reasonable target, I would have thought, on a slowish pitch.
Yep, that start that they got, South East Stars and Schofield topping it up as well in double quick time. Yeah, they are up against it. At the start of the innings, just drawing up the highlights from Monday's game. Hawley, the new batter, who was out pulling to mid-wicket. One of the early wickets to go on Monday. 13 for 3 here, that's the end of the 5th. And purely for Jake the cameraman, are we able to see that shot again? The catcher, extra cover, only because he came in boasting about it.
Well,
name and shame. Look, here we go. He's proud of himself here.
That is a fabulous bit of camera work, definitely. Pat him on the back, Kev. I mean, that was really good.
He's patting himself on the back at the moment. Doesn't need me to do it. Well done, Jake. We haven't got another camera person. We've got the fixed cameras here today. If we had another camera person, we'd name and shame him, or we'd show and shame him on stream. Because he'd have a big smug smile on his face right now. 13 for 3. Here's Davies. Griffith, huge player in this piece now for Sunrisers.
Yeah, it'll be a test for Cordelia, because I mean, if she can hang around for the full quota, then you know, Sunrise have got a chance. People play around her, and she can be responsible and keep the scoreboard ticking over. That's the main thing. Trouble in getting in a position like this, you've got to try and just keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Not great for stream viewers, but here you go, Gat. This was the dismissal of Griffith. Look at that comeback. Yeah, really was a big in-swinger.
Big in-swinger, yes.
Got rid of it from...
bit like Anya Shrubsole, that is. I mean, crikey. Anya used to get it to move like that.
That was getting rid of Griffith on Saturday against Northern Diamonds, and then in a moment I'll show you the one that got rid of Scrivens. That's a lovely shot by Griffith. She gets it away, and you could hear the cheer from Sunrisers' balcony. They've still got a big hitter in Joe Gardner to come. Mara Carr, more than a useful bat as well. But they need a start here somehow. 17 for 3.
Now that was a lovely shot, because that's she let the ball come on into her a bit more, and managed to get it along the ground. So she just was obviously mindful of the wicket and just let the ball come in, and that's the way to play on these sort of things. Not try and hit it too hard.
No run on that occasion. Yeah, just going back to that Monday game. And the reason I hark back to it now, for viewers on the stream, who of course can open up the highlights package and have a look at this themselves on the Sunrisers YouTube page, was just at the start. The start ripped the heart out of it for Sunrisers, and that's what they've got to be careful of again today. I've just shown Gat the dismissal of Scrivens bowled by Woolston. Sorry, of Griffith bowled by Woolston. A lovely shot again. Just the single, watchfully played by Griffith. She's into double figures. And then Scrivens, same bowler, left arm around to get rid of Scrivens, and it was a tricky start for Sunrisers through the gate, that second ball. But yeah, it was doing a bit first up, was the point, and they found themselves in a spot of bother early on. Straight nicely by Hawley on this occasion. They were reduced to 17 for 3 in the 7th against the Diamonds, and then 32 for 4 when Hawley was out. And she hooked to Armitage at mid-wicket off Glenn.
Well, they're in a very similar position here, so perhaps they might play this one a little better. Doesn't look like it's swinging as much as it did at Chelmsford, but yes, the wicket at Chelmsford is interesting, isn't it, at the moment? They've got a good seam attack down there, and the men that have it to bowl on seem to do it very, very well, and they use it well. So
that reminds me, let's have a look and see how Surrey are going, because that's the next game for your boys Middlesex in the county championship.
They're doing quite well.
Oh,
well, they're 5 down. Or were last time I saw.
163 for 6.
Oh, right. They got off to a pretty good start, and then they did lose a couple of wickets. Bracewell has got a couple by the looks of it.
He has. They are 163 for 6. Folkes is still there on 20. Steele has just gone for 7. 2 for Bracewell, 1 apiece for Cook, Harmer, Porter and Snater, and of course Middlesex were put to the sword by that quartet.
Indeed, they were.
Loops up into the leg side, quick single scampered, leg by. Will not be signalled, so it was a little inside edge that looped up. Not close enough to square leg to get involved though, but a single more.
Yes, I think sadly that first match of the season against Essex was just a sort of little probably wake-up call for the boys, just to show that they're in a different division with some different bowlers, and you have to be on the ball straight away.
It'll be a wide, just dragged down by Franklin on this occasion. First one she's really let go. Yeah, I was hesitant to call it that at that stage, but there's no doubt it was really. I think it was. Middlesex were slow starters, Essex were. 2 of the stakeholders of Sunrisers. Just heard that the Middlesex Surrey women's game this year, the London Cup. Singles tickled away. Just heard the date confirmed on that one, but I'm just hesitating in case it was a... Yeah, that's the date it is, but it's not officially released yet, so I've just dragged back. I was 8 on that one. Did Middlesex versus Surrey women here in the London Cup in 2021, which was a... my phone will buzz in a minute from Lorraine or someone saying, no, don't say it. Don't say it yet.
Well, the Middlesex Surrey and Sunrisers are matched on the 25th, isn't it? Thursday of May, which is going to be a big day.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day, that, for Sunrisers. Playing at Lord's, taking on South East Stars in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy. And these two teams will go at it again, the home of cricket. Nice shot, punched away off the back foot by Griffith.
This is good, yeah. Cordelia's hit it both sides of the wicket at the moment. She's just playing very sensibly, just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking, not trying to hit it too hard, letting the ball come to her, and I think she's assessed the wicket very well, and if she can keep doing this, then I think Sunrise might well have a chance.
Chipped up, gone! Leading edge from Hawley. Does that one stop on them again? That's the 3rd catch for Dunkley at extra cover. 3rd wicket for Franklin in that dismissal. Hawley with the leading edge has gone for 1. 22 for 4. And just wary, not wary enough of the pace of this track.
Yeah, again, it's just a very, one of those horrible dismissals that it's almost lazy. You know, it's not a quick wicket. It's not one of those you can hit sort of off a middle stump through sort of where it looked like it was going mid-wicket, square leg. And it's surprising because she played a lovely straight drive when she first came in, and that probably warranted the same sort of shot. But I think she was probably trying to get a single off it and perished because it didn't quite get there, and the leading edge took it straight to that same fielder at extra cover.
Yep.
Has now got 3.
Yeah, Dunkley's got her own little
hat trick already.
Her own little hat trick at short extra cover. There she is in shot, and haunting Sunrisers at extra cover, Dunkley. So Griffith has 12. Here's Gardner. Now that required rate is 6 and over. The biggest hitter or the power hitter in the middle order for Sunrisers is Joe Gardner, Northamptonshire player, and they're going to need her to bat long, and then later in the piece bat hard as well, because that required rate, you'd imagine, will continue to climb for a little bit. Now they'll have to be very wary of it with 4 wickets down and their shot selection. Here's Gregory into the attack for the first time from the pavilion end. Dropped short on that one. Griffith manages to pick up a single as Freya Davis does the fielding at the square leg. She did well actually, Griffith, not to let her eyes light up too much to that one as Gregory dragged down the first ball.
Indeed, that was another sort of hit the wrong ground. Yeah, she summed up the wicket well, I think.
Nicely bowled.
Lovely to see some leg spin this time of the season, and it looks like it might just be holding a bit as well on I suspect, a slightly dampish pitch.
Full bunger, gets away with it, straight to backward square. Well, just going back to the South East Stars innings, because it was fits and patches, but mainly at the top for them. Chatley 28 from 39, steady start. Top scored with 28 indeed. And single more, Garner off the mark. Dunkley just the 2 before she was bowled by Kate Kopak. And then Smith 21 from 17, but straight away after Smith, Schofield 27 from 25. They were clearly out there to make a statement at the start, South East Stars, and they did, but then after the rain delay, it was a very different story from 85 for 2, then 85 for 3 with the loss of Chatley, and then 142 for 9. And McDonald Gate was done, so 7 for not very many. 7 for 37? Hold on, I'm saying 37. 7 for 57 was the
they did
collapse
well
there again.
Yeah, they did well, the Sunrise, in the back end of the innings, didn't they? They, again, whether it was good batting, sadly I missed the beginning, but I mean, obviously the positiveness of them, I mean, you could say the same of the Sunrisers. I don't know whether they hit it in the air as much as the girls have just done, sadly, because of the slow pitch, but again, it's one of those things, it's about whether you hit the fielders or not, isn't it? And obviously Sunrise have done that sadly 3 times in this innings already.
Jake showing off now just because you're here. That was a beautiful shot on the screen, wasn't it? Looking over Salters Fields. It is when when the sun's out here, and it's a glorious ground, isn't it?
It is indeed.
Scampered single.
Good running. That's exactly what they've got to do. They've got to be positive. It's not about. It's about being positive, about getting the singles, and if they can get a partnership going, get something going, it's amazing how things can change. There's lots of ones out there at the moment, isn't there? Deep point, deep mid wicket.
Hit straight to the fielder at deep mid wicket, just a single more. Garner on to 2. Just going back to Radlett for a moment, actually, and a mention of a name that you will remember very well, a broadcasting great of North London, or London sport in general, Norman de Mesquita.
Oh, yes, indeed.
He sadly no longer with us, but he did see the first few games that were played here at Radlett.
Yeah, he was one of the guys. Norm was always very fair, and it's always nice, when you're starting off as a youngster, as I did, but Norman was around. I mean, he was always very fair and always tried to be kind to you if he could. But he was a fantastic commentator, Norm. He was a good journalist, full stop, and he was always very recognisable, Norm, wasn't he?
He was. That's swept hard by Griffith. Lovely shot. She moves to 20, 33 for 4. What he did say of those first few games that he saw here, we mentioned Uxbridge as being one of, well, being your favourite, and it was, you know, back here when it was great, it was really great, Uxbridge, wasn't it? But what he said of this ground is it really felt like a cricket ground, and that was one thing that Uxbridge just felt a little bit like a sports complex, didn't it? It was one of the criticisms that was levelled at it. But Radlett, the credit it gets is it feels like Middlesex are actually at a cricket ground now.
Yes, because there are lovely trees and there's green grass and there's fields, and it's really sort of is a very pleasant place, much like Southgate actually.
Wrong-footed on this occasion. Dunkley at extra cover. They have a single. Yes, the Walkers ground at Southgate is another one, isn't it?
With the church in the background.
Waterfall Road end.
Indeed.
Adelaide end.
Indeed. With lots of lovely other pitches around the ground, and not quite like Worcester Cathedral, but there is a church.
End of the ninth, 34 for 4. But from the outgrounds back to the HQs, yes, everybody is looking forward very much to that fixture between these two sides at Lords. In the double header, Middlesex versus Surrey in the T20 Blast immediately after it. It'll be a great day that Thursday. Something that I'm sure the county would desperately love if they could manage to accommodate for Sunrisers more.
Indeed, it would be nice, but yeah, sadly it's a very busy ground, Lords, and but it is nice to see that I shall be watching both games, hopefully. And Mr. Gower might be there as well, if I can drag him along.
Oh. Full bunger again, and she gets away with it once more. Swept by Griffith, but straight to the short fine leg. Struggled a little bit with her release, as a leg spinner will at the start of a spell. Either let it slip out or grip it too much and drag it down.
And I think the coach will be saying it's better to be full than short, because on this pitch where it's very slow, you only get walloped if it's short. So yeah, get it up there. So being full is not a bad thing in this.
Dabbed. Quick single taken.
That's good cricket again. You know, Cordelia didn't try and hit it too hard, just got it down there, and very good backing up by Gardner. And a good singles taken, and that's the sort of cricket that Sunrise are going to have to play.
And not getting frustrated by those two sweeps straight to the short fine leg off the full toss is easy to get frustrated after feeling you've just missed out on a couple of boundaries, probably.
Indeed.
It's a single for Gardner. Out to the nemesis of Middlesex at the moment, Sophia Dunkley.
Indeed, the right place at the right time. Sadly, 3 times.
I think the speed gun might have gone awry slightly there, 104 miles per hour.
Is that right? Speed gun as well. My goodness, all the mod cons in this one. Good call, good cricket, excellent.
Just settled here, haven't they? End of the 10th, 36 for 4. That run rate just below 4. The required has climbed just over 6. But they shouldn't be too perturbed by that at the moment, because they just need to give themselves a chance in this innings, don't they? And to have a chance, they've got to get into the game.
They do, you know. The closer you get, the more pressure it puts on the bowlers, and obviously as batters you get in, and therefore you understand what you can do. And as I said earlier, there's lots of singles around, and we've seen some very good running between these two so far, and they understand they've got to get those singles, and if they can keep doing that, you know, you get a boundary and 5 singles, that's 9 and over. I know it sounds very simple, but I mean it can happen quite easily. So the important thing are the singles, though, and I think I have to say, we'll say again, Cordelia Griffiths is playing a lovely little cameo at the moment, taking into account the pace of the pitch and understands what she's got to do.
Goes hard at that one over mid-off. 4 runs. I was just about to say before that delivery, one thing she hasn't done yet is go too hard at it. So glad I didn't say, because it probably would have ended up being out, that one.
Well, let's put it this way. She'd obviously made her mind up that if it was up there, it was obviously in the slot, hasn't turned too much, and she just got enough on it. And unlike the other 3 that were called extra cover, it just eluded mid-off, who's now loitering a bit further back in the field.
Push back, no run. Yeah, deep cover and deep mid-wicket, the 2 back. Mid-on's pretty deep back there on the edge of the circle.
That's a lovely shot if it's got the legs.
Has she got the legs on it?
That's a great catch.
Surely not.
She has.
Has Dunkley done it again? The former Middlesex batter, Sophia Dunkley, 4 stunning catches now. And she has hung on to the best of them all at mid-on. Running backwards, diving out of our sight really over the top of that mound here at Radlett. But 5 down, and Griffith won't quite believe that Dunkley's held on to that one. Had to go a long way.
That's
Great job.
Fabulous catch, that really is. But you know, having got away with the first one and got 4 off the ball,
And long on had just dropped back.
Long on had just gone back a few more yards. Was it a sensible shot?
No.
If it had gone for 4, we'd have said, "Oh, another great shot," but it didn't, and she didn't need to do it. There's plenty of overs left yet. I mean, she's the one that really had to see everybody through, and she had a great opportunity, and she was playing so well. She'd got the pace of the pitch. She knew what she was going to do, and all of a sudden it seemed like somebody had just switched something on that says, "I've got to play a few shots." Well, you know, never mind. I mean, she had played so well up to then. Did she let that required rate 6 and over get into her mind? And they were going along at 3.5. But again, as we said, that you need to build the foundation. You need the partnership. I wonder if it was that, because just before that first one that went for 4, it did feel like actually she's doing this really well, because she isn't going chasing it. She isn't going too hard at it at this stage, which would probably be her downfall. These 2 now, Amara Carr and Joe Gardner, are going to be massive for Sunrisers. Had a valiant partnership in a losing cause at Northampton last season in a fine chase that at one point you very nearly thought they were going to turn it from a very similar position to this, and they were deep in trouble. Sunrisers, they're together again, and Sunrisers again in a fair bit of bother at the top of the innings. Mid-on comes back up, deep mid-wicket still back out, the only one out now. Everybody else up on the single to put the squeeze on Sunrisers and Amara Carr. Yeah, getting back to Cordelia Griffith, I mean, she really probably could have just knocked it to mid-off, taken a single, and then maybe got another couple, and you got 7 off the over. And that's basically, you know, having got that person back by hitting that 4 was what she wanted, because then there's a single to mid-on and mid-off, and that's really what you should be doing. But never mind, she's young, and hopefully she'll learn.
.41 for 5, end of the 11th, and Gardner will have strike on 3, so Griffith gone. Disappointment, but a 4th catch for the former Middlesex player, Sophia Dunkley.
And that was the best of the lot of them, wasn't it? Running back at she was probably about 3/4 of the way back, wasn't she? And she Cordelia Griffith hit this one probably better than she did the first one, but yes, she ran back and dived, and another fantastic catch. Best of the 4 she's taken.
41 for 5. In trouble here for Sunrisers. Here's Gregory. Bowls up. Gardner's gone. That is a huge wicket. Such a big hitter, such a powerful batter, Gardner. She's gone for 3, 41 for 6, and this is deep, deep trouble now as, well, the last of the really big hitters for Sunrisers departs.
That looked like it might have been a googly or an inside edge. I'm not quite sure. Or she just played all round it.
Yeah.
I think she might have done the latter, actually. It looked like it didn't really. It was just sort of a... Here we go. Yeah, she just played all round it. Back came down from sort of first slip and went across it and missed it.
Yeah. Pretty much yorked herself with that one. Massive disappointment that'll be for Gardner, who, well, here at Radlett, which can be a ground, you get hold of it, then there are plenty of scoring areas around. We see those trees peppered so often in the Middlesex game, don't we?
Yeah, we do indeed. Especially with Steve Eskenazi. Steve loves batting here. I think he's got really accustomed to it, and he's played some fabulous knocks here.
Second 11 player for Middlesex here for a while, wouldn't he? But I guess it's really second 11 home for Middlesex men.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they do. The youngsters coming through here know this ground very well. But yeah, those Gardner certainly capable. A huge 6 in that partnership with Carr at Wantage Road that I was mentioning earlier. Here's Eva Gray. Added 8, 41 for 6, 156, a long, long way away. How do you approach it from a batting perspective, Gat? There's nobody better to have alongside me to ask at this point. You're in the 12th over, 6 down, 41 on the board, required rate of 6.5.
Well, they certainly got to get singles. They've got to get some sort of a partnership going.
Chipped back, gone. Gray's the latest, 41 for 7. Just went searching for a little bit, and again that pace. I wonder that rain that came down. There was a lot of rain that fell, and they were on for a long, long time before the umpires eventually brought them off, because it really feels like a very different game this from prior to that rain delay in the South East Stars innings. But it's another one that a Sunrisers batter pushes straight back into the hands, wasn't quite there to it, and offers a dolly back.
Well, I hope you would like to think people have been watching and sort of seeing. The one person that's played it well so far has been Cordelia Griffith. She let the ball come. Everybody else seems to be sort of out in front of them, not really letting the ball come into them. And again, I know it's difficult, it's early season, and it is a slow pitch, but you just got to be slightly aware of that. And it's always easy sitting in a chair here, talking to you, watching on the TV. But as I say, again, if you're going to try and be, sort of helpful, it is, you sit down as a batter, you watch what goes on, you can see it's a slow pitch, and unless the ball's sort of right under you, you've got to be very careful about the way you're sort of hitting the ball. And Cordelia's been the only one that's allowed the ball to get closer to her. The rest have been sort of really a long way out in front of them trying to hit it, and of course it's not got there, and it's elevated the ball.
Kelly Castle, the skipper. Again, a capable bat, but what a long shot this is now. I can't even revise that question to you. What do you do at 41 for 7, Cat?
The same as you do for 41 for 6. There's no difference, because that's the only way you've got to play it, and you just got to hope that you can get close enough to have a whack at the end, possibly. But I think the girls have got to try and use this as a as a way of just sort of trying to do, not put too much pressure on themselves, but at least try and work their way to some ones and just get used to doing something that they might have to do a little later on in the season.
Big sweep, look straight, it is straight, it's gone, 41 for 8. Gregory has 3 for 6 by the end of her third over, and she's ripped perhaps the last chance out of this Sunrisers innings. The skipper looking to sweep, it looks pretty straight from here. Umpire Lungley didn't take too long to think about that one. 41 for 8. South East Stars cruising through this Sunrisers innings now.
Yeah, sadly I think that was a bit too full to sweep, I suspect. Good bit of bowling again from the leg spinner, got it up there. It was probably just a bit too full to sweep. It probably should have probably gone down towards mid-on maybe, but again, some very good bowlings, got it up there and got it straight. And yeah, it was just a bit too far to be sweeping enough. It looked pretty straight, didn't it?
Yeah.
And yes, another loss for the Sunrisers.
Katie Cobback comes out at number 10, and Amara Carr, well, penny for Carr's thoughts. She's on 3 at the other, on 0 from 3 faced at the other end. Hasn't really had a chance to get into the game herself yet. Let's watch the wickets tumble at the other end. The I mean, Carr's was almost the perfect person for this situation at 6 down, 7 down. She'll be busy and she'll keep the scoreboard ticking. Extremely busy cricketer, either behind the stumps or with a bat in hand.
One of those lovely, annoying wicket keepers who are always very, very good at nudging and nurdling. They always seem to be out there somewhere, and that's what they do. But I think, the wicket keepers are in a prime position actually, because they can see the pace of the wicket. They can anticipate perhaps a bit more. Where the batters have been out in the outfield, the keeper can see the pace of the pitch and often settle in a little better than the others.
Sorry.
41 for 8 after 12. Carr has strike. Davidson Richards from the Saltersfield end. Starts up with a wide. Carr remains on naught. But Sunrisers tick along with a couple to 43 for 8. We venture into the Oval next Thursday.
I might well do, yes. I've managed to see bits of certainly the home games at Lord's, and the Oval's not that far away, so again I will probably try and get down there for 1 or 2 of the days and have a chat with Mr. Stewart, hopefully. Senior and junior, I might add. Hopefully they'll probably both be there, I suspect, on a Middlesex Surrey day, and
well,
see how we go.
Mentioning places named after people, the Mickey Stewart Pavilion.
And the Alex Stewart Gates.
And the Alex Stewart Gates, indeed.
The Stewart ground.
Yeah. From the Stewart end, which one?
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Oh, free hit, no ball called, to miss the overstep. 45 for 8, and Carl will have the free hit. Well, let's see what the nudger and nurdler does with the free hit. Wide? No. Steps across to the offside, so umpire says not a wide. So her clearly, well, she's looking to ramp it.
I don't know. I think it's a very interesting call. I mean, generally speaking, if it goes down the leg side these days in one-day match, it's generally a wide. And
I'm guessing that the umpire's called that it's gone over the top of leg or over the top of the line from where she started.
I think you might be right.
Single taken, nudged to get off the mark for Carr. She moves to just a single from her 5th ball, 46 for 8. Yeah, by the time she was in position, she was miles outside the offside. I mean, deep square was back and long leg, so I assume that she was just thinking she could have bisected those two by stepping across and finding a gap there. There's a lot of space to hit into.
But she didn't have a swing at it either, did she, really? Because she
No,
got too far
over
across,
yeah.
and couldn't even have a swing at it.
46 for 8. Let's have a look at 2 of the stakeholders from this game who are going in the men's game at the moment. Essex and Surrey. Smith out for 30 for Sussex.
For Sussex, yeah.
That's the headline.
Pujara's climbing in again, though. He loves batting down at Sussex.
Be a single for for Kopak, sorry. Surrey are 170 for 7 now. So Folkes has gone for 24. Clark has 2. Abbott has 1. They trail Essex by 144 with 3 wickets remaining. 2 for Cook, 2 for Bracewell, 1 apiece for Harmer, Porter and Snater.
They have a decent attack, don't they, Surrey as well, with Kemar Roach bowling very well.
Worrell's not playing in that game.
I was going to say, Worrell had a good game the other day. Whether he got
He had an excellent game. I haven't heard that it's an injury, but
are they resting him already?
Well, I rested him for the Oval on Thursday. But Atkinson, who came in to replace him,
he got
6 for 68.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Have a quick look at the Sussex game very quickly with that Smith headline, because we can't really take our eyes off this one at the moment. But Smith was LBW to tongue for 30. Pujara 129 of
the Indian Test batsman, for those who don't know.
Top ball to mid wicket. 47 for 8 here. end of the 13th. So who have they? They've got Robinson, Pajara and Smith in that game. There was some hope, I think, that they were going to try and get Jofra Archer in for a game as well, but it's been confirmed now that he won't play first-class cricket before the Ashes begins. So
well, that means
I won't
Wood will have to play, I suspect, if Woody's fit. I don't know if Woody's fit.
for the Ashes?
Probably.
Well, yeah, I didn't know whether that was actually not that he was injured, but he was just unavailable, that there wouldn't be a game available to him, so he'd go straight into the first test.
Maybe.
Which
Maybe.
I was about to say, I won't get you started on that, going straight into a first test without having played any first test of an Ashes without having played any first-class cricket
Yeah.
for the year.
Well, Johnny Bairstow only played one, possibly. I don't know, maybe
Yeah.
two.
Yeah.
But they have got the Test match against Ireland, remember?
Yes.
So that might be the first match he
Maybe
plays,
it will, yeah.
possibly.
He's Gregory, one of those who have caused havoc so far. 3 for 6 from 3 for Gregory. Don't forget a full round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches tomorrow. After these two have started the weekend. Here at Radlett. Northern Diamonds taking on the Blaze at Chestley Street, Southern Vipers taking on Western Storm at Hove, and Thunder taking on Central Sparks at Old Trafford. All 10:30 starts tomorrow, which will also be day 3 of the current round of county championship matches for the men's team. The men's teams, one other game that I wanted to just quickly have a check on while I was looking at the scorecards from LCA was that match at Headingley. Yorkshire all out for 106, Glamorgan 57 for 2.
Bairstow got 20 not out, batting at 7. I think they had 2 night watchmen or something stupid. Maybe he was a bit stiff after his keeping.
It's a lovely shot by Carr, picks up 3, 50 up for Sunrisers, 50 for 8. Yeah, top scorer 25 from Milan. Bairstow 20 not out, as you say, batting down the order. 7 for Nisa, including a hat-trick, wasn't there?
He's a bit upset about being left out of the Australian team, isn't he?
Up to back. So yeah, Glamorgan are 57 for 2. They lead Yorkshire by 196 at Headingley. That would be a big early season victory for Glamorgan if they can do it. Use of the feet, swept straight to the square leg by Kopak. Into the 14th, 51 for 8. So here, South East Stars will be looking to make it 3 wins from 4 to start the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Currently sitting 3rd, 2 wins and the defeat from their 3 games so far. Vipers, Sunrisers mid-table, they will stay with their 1 victory so far. But South East Stars about to go top, barring something quite brilliant here, but very, very unlikely. I was looking for the right word. Thank you, Gat. 51 for 8. Carr 4, Kopak on 3. It's a wide. 52 for 8. I was telling you earlier, I actually had a message from Kevin James. He was tuned in earlier in the first innings. They'll be playing at the moment, though. Would you have been skipper when he broke through? Actually, he was. Do you know, I was listening to his stream, either last night or the stream of the Hampshire-Warwickshire game. Either last night or this morning, he was talking about bowlers that he'd have faced. I think he's pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that he said one of his early games for Middlesex, he faced Malcolm Marshall, who of course he'd go on and play with at Hampshire.
Indeed.
Said he did manage to get hook one away for 4. What happened the next ball was the question. He said, I don't remember.
He was actually a very decent cricketer. I was just thinking who would be sort of somebody like him. I mean, and I'm going to put him in the same, well, probably not, but similar, sort of like a Sam Curran. He was just sort of a very decent left-arm seamer who batted a little bit and, you know, probably made you know, was a decent cricketer.
Clipped
It's a
away.
lovely shot.
Looking for two. Should have been two, really. Just the single. Carr looks back and wonders, I think, how there wasn't a second there. Kopak was a little slow, perhaps, on the first. 53 for 8. 4 in 4, and it would have been 5 in 5, but yeah, Ganguly dropped, didn't he, for Hampshire against India, and scored a century in the match. Which obviously that one got dusted off when there was the hat-trick the other day for Price and a century in the same day.
Oh, indeed, yes. I mean, that's quite incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
Perhaps on the pads, but going down. Davidson Richards wasn't involved at all, interested at all in an appeal. 53 for 8.
Yeah, James, he might have not had to commentate, might he? Considering the sort of money that Mr. Curran's earning.
Yeah, exactly,
it's
yeah.
Amazing.
I know. Well, just think, you wouldn't be sat here with me now, would you, if you'd have been playing in this,
Oh, who
the
knows?
pay in this current era.
Who knows? It's been very pleasant sitting here, Kevin. Just
Good,
watching
I'm glad to see ya.
watching some cricket, albeit a bit one-sided, sadly.
Yes. Very welcome on that Middlesex stream whenever you're at Lord's this summer. Run away nicely
Good shot.
by Kopak. Not too far away from. Oh, they come back for the second. Well run. She didn't make the same mistake that time, Kopak. She was quick on the first there.
That was a very nice shot. Used the pace of the ball there, Kopak, and just steered it down to third and scampered through for a second as it went to the right of Gregory at third there. And a good bit of cricket.
Hit in the air, but through it goes on this occasion. All eyes were on Sophia Dunkley again at extra cover, but bisecting cover and extra cover, and Kopak moves to 9. Sunrisers 59 for 8.
How different the game might have been had that happened earlier. But I think it, yeah. Again, just they're a little early, but probably doesn't matter so much now. But
That's the
nicely struck.
That's the extraordinary thing, just thinking back to the Southeast Stars innings, and some of those shots early on when, well, 2 sixes for Schofield in her 27 from 25 deliveries, 1 4, 2 sixes, a couple of big pickups for her. Smith 3 4s in her 21 from 17. Scampered single there again, well backed up. But yeah, that stark difference to that the Sunrisers have had here in the chase. Backing away, getting a quick single to the short third. So next up for Sunrisers, away at Thunder on Wednesday the 10th of May, 11 AM start at Sale in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint.
Up north.
Mm.
That'll be a test for them.
And the Central Sparks at Chelmsford on the 18th. Big sweep, big stride from Carr on that one. Umpire Lungley wasn't too interested at all. The appeal didn't hold for 2. Has he given? No. He has given it.
He has given it. It was a very delayed decision. I think because she played forward, I think he had a bit of a think about it, and I think in the end he thought, yeah, that's actually pretty straight, and what is it missing? And yeah, he took his time but gave it out in the end, and another wicket for Gregory, who's been very, very well controlled as with their leg breaks and got it on target.
I didn't think he was too interested at all. Let's have a look. I'm almost looking at the umpire now rather than the dismissal. Sweep from... It almost looked as though there was a shake of the head from him at first.
It does. Let's see what... well, whether it might have been high, possibly.
I thought that was a shake of the head saying not out.
Well, unfortunately, he did decide to give it out, and it's 9 down. And again, credit to Gregory for getting it straight and on a decent length. And
as bemused as I am, almost relieved as the commentator saying he didn't look too interested. It really looked as though he shook the head to say not out, but a belated decision to give that one.
He took his time. He took his time, which is fair for an umpire.
And
I mean,
you prefer that.
You prefer. You don't want to be firing
Yeah,
people out left, right, and centre.
I'm not going to dig him out for it at all, because you prefer that an umpire takes his time, then they're too trigger happy.
Indeed. He had a good long think about it and decided, yeah, I like it.
Where did I hear that the other day as well? Just trying to think what it was. I was watching the other day and there was ex-pros on there saying, look, the umpire's taken an awfully long time about that, and I much prefer umpires that take a long, long time and consider. Actually, I do remember where it was, and I can't repeat it now, but it was one of those.
Oh dear.
McSood, the new batter, bowled so well, but look at the spinners here for South East Stars. 4 for 12 in our 5th for Gregory, 61 for 9. .61 for 9 it is at the end of the 16th. So Carr's gone for 6. Oh, the last Sunrisers hope went a long while ago, but McSood and Kopak had some fun together a couple of games back at Chelmsford now. Last week, Saturday, put on a little partnership worth 20 or so for the last wicket, where they both started to hit out. Whether they will, well, what will they look at the scoreboard and think at this stage? Because you've got to think of net run rate as well. So there's one thing having some fun for a little while, but
indeed. There's a bit more pace on the ball from Miss Richards, and not been quite as accurate as she'd like to have been, I'm sure, but certainly has a little more pace about her.
Edged. Get a single. 2/3 pretty fine. Gregory in front of us. So McSood on to strike. Yeah, McSood returned figures of 4 for 23 from 6. Picking up Schofield, Davidson, Richards, who she faces now, Franklin and Spence. 2 stumpings for Carr in those as well.
Very nicely stroked to extra cover there by McSood.
Well, apparently it's quite the battle for number 10 and 11 between these two now.
Really?
Apparently so. So there's a little bit extra out there in the middle at the moment.
It's always nice to have a little bit of competition in the team. Not that we did at Middlesex when Philip Tufnell was number 11. Nobody really
No one troubled him.
was threatening.
I do remember sat at a hotel breakfast table one morning, and the last 2 players to leave that morning were Stephen Finn and Tim Merton, mainly because they were arguing who should be 10 and 11 for that day. It was not long after the Watford Wall exploits, and he said, "That's it, I'm the number 10 now, you're 11, Mertz."
I think that's probably quite right.
Right, well, yeah,
Finney could bat a bit if he wanted to.
Well, so
Put his
could-
mind to it.
so
So could Mertz, but he
Yeah.
belts it rather than bats, doesn't he? Sort of.
Yeah.
He's an educated slogger.
I've heard Gus call him a few things, but not educated. Slip in place for McSood. Onto the pads, but going down. No dot ball.
He's actually one of those sort of, as a captain, if you've got him in the opposition, you know what he's going to do. Generally speaking, he's not going to sit there and block it. He might whack you for a few, but you've got a chance. It's always interesting with Mertz.
Right up there again, but down the leg side, just struggling a little bit here. Davidson Richards, he said she's just spraying it a little bit leg side. Carr had that one from the no ball where she stepped to the offside, didn't she? But got away with the one over leg stump. Just had a message from a colleague at the BBC. He says, tell Gat I've still got the little signed mini bat he signed for me at the Edgbaston test in 2009. My Gat bat, I call it. Thank you, Ian Williams.
It's nice to know somebody's listening, Kevin.
Kevin James, here we are. Listening in there loads for you. There'll be figures will be flying up now you're with us, Gat. Just wait until we get you on the Middlesex tree.
Oh dear.
Bouncer now, that's just looking at the no ball called to umpire Lungley.
That's well
Square
over
on.
ahead.
Yeah.
I
Davidson Richards doesn't look impressed, but it was pretty obvious from here, it
I'm
felt.
going to say she's probably got a sore big toe, I should think. She'd had to bowl it that short. I mean, to get it up that high on this pitch, that was a great effort. That's a strong, strong effort, that is, blimey.
Well, she's a powerful bowler, it certainly seems. Well, it's a heavy ball for sure. As you say, the quickest we've seen so far today. Goes again, 64 for 9. Oh, it's beautifully bowled. So she's
That's
taken the
out.
edge, and she has. Well, after the no ball that she wasn't happy with, she takes the winning wicket. 64 all out. And Sunrise has defeated a long way shy. A 91-run victory for South East Stars. And what a fight back with the ball after that rain delay. But since that rain delay, it has been a procession of wickets in this game, to be fair. A flying start by South East Stars with the bat. And from that, they haven't particularly looked back in this match, despite the fight back from Sunrisers. 64 all out. There was no fight back with the bat. Brilliant display by South East Stars.
No, they caught some wonderful catches as well, and people being in the right places to catch it, but they caught them, and that always makes a difference when you're playing a game of cricket. You catch your catches and make the most of your opportunities, and certainly the Vipers have done that, and sadly it means the Sunrisers have folded rather sadly into a total of 64, which I'm sure they'll be very disappointed on. It has been a slow pitch, but only one person really got to grips with it, was Cordelia Griffith, and she played a lovely little cameo, but sadly didn't continue, and if Sunrisers were to win the match, she had to stay around for the whole innings, and sadly for her she didn't, and for the Sunrisers, and it means that we go to the next match. I think having had a chat with some of the coaching staff and just having a little look about how they feel things went.
Well, they've got a pretty good man in Jason Gallion as coach, haven't they, to sort them through the batting performance there. And I think one of the things would obviously be patience, because as much as they were bowled out at the start of that innings the other day, showed you the highlights, it was a shot. So a shot too many in this one is an understatement.
Yeah, I just think it is, as much as you want to get off to a flying start, there is a little bit about sort of, you know, seeing what the pace of the pitch is like. I know you are taught to do that, but I mean, you know, it's slow probably, and as I say, Cordelia Griffiths got it right from ball one. She let the ball come to her. She didn't try and hit it too hard, and she got the rewards for that. And you just have to wonder what the others were watching, really.
And that's
fair.
the perfect example, isn't it? Cordelia
Indeed.
Griffith says she had it right all the way through until she had it wrong at the end when she got it out, and it was 2 shots out of 3. One she did get away for,
Yeah, that's right.
dot ball in between, and then the next one skied, and that would probably be, I guess, what you'd be saying if you were in the dressing room talking to them now, probably word for word what you just said.
Well, let's put it this way. I did it, so we've all done it, but you've got to learn, and hopefully, you know, Cordelia will learn from that, and because she was playing so very, very well, and you know, once you've got away with one, because you did get away with it, she didn't quite hit that well, and just got over mid-off, and the mid-off's gone back, which is what you want to do. That's why you play the shot, and then you just knock it up there for one, and all of a sudden you rotate the strike, and you know you've got one at mid-on and mid-off, which is a good out and to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Two teams playing. South East Stars played very, very well, and again, I think they learnt the lessons from their own mistakes in the second half of their innings with the bat, in that they went straight to spin. And pace off, as we said here at Radlett early season, paid dividends.
Indeed.
Mike Gaddin, thank you very much. We're going to everything's tidying up around us, so we're going to make way. Thanks for your time today on the mic. Lovely to see you. Hopefully see you on the Middlesex stream real soon. Next one's an away one for Sunrisers on the 10th, but then don't forget the live stream from the Sunrisers back on the 18th. Guy Swindles will be with you for the live stream on that one. But good luck to South East Stars in their next game. A comprehensive victory here by 91 runs with the Duckworth Lewis. It was revised up. They're 151 for 9. But Maksud, 4 for 23. She's going to feel pretty rough to be on the wrong side of this one. Scrivens as well, 1 for 15 from her 5. But that's Schofield, 27 from 25. Smith, 21 for 17. That one really pushed it up. The rest went well. Chatley obviously went nicely at the top. But getting the pace of this pitch seemed to be difficult for a good number out there today. So full round of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy matches tomorrow. As I say, next Wednesday for Sunrisers is the next one when they are away at Thunder at Sale. And that same round, South East Stars away at Scarborough to face Northern Diamonds in a 10:30 start. Good luck to both in that one. From myself, Kevin Hand, from the stream team here at Radlett, it's a very good day to you all.